She's like, so this is what it looks like when it's on. And then, yeah, just like make sure, if you're gonna turn it off, just make sure you we have audio. Okay, good to go?
You don't allow me? Yeah. All the best, everyone.
just until we talk.
Okay, and you're excellent.
Thank you so much.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much.
We need to get a picture of us.
Okay. Yeah.
For-
I think they're doing a picture later. No,
Okay, is that okay? Email and then we'll do that.
RNO, right? This is
yes.
RNO.
Okay, thank you.
How active you eventually logging in access. Did all of your other judges, were they able to get access to their scorecard?
So team, it says team winner.
Morning.
Rolling.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Strategy Case Presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Kenzie Bergeron, Kelly Lindsay, Jamie Prefontaine, Rory Nussbaumer, and Shanuka Vikramasinghe. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Sunana, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I, the presentation moderator, will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. And competitors, you are good to begin.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. We're here from Box Consulting, and we're super excited to be here to talk about the acquisition of Gradient Brewing by the global superstar liquor company Empire. So our goal here today is to put cans in hands and lids on lips. So at the problem at hand when we're looking at Gradient and their current strategic issues is they're tasked with having a scalable brand identity. So they've mastered the Canadian economy of beer, and they've got the ins and outs, and they've had success doing it. However, now, pending a probable acquisition by Empire, they need to really dial in on how they're going to scale their brand to global. So are these Canadian strategies going to apply to Europe or wherever it may be? What type of beer patterns are there in those economies? Looking below that, under the Gradient company, they have a strong passion for craft and flagship brewing. So these are local, seasonal flavors in a traditional craft brewery type. They have a strong passion for innovating, exciting new flavors, whatever it may be. And lastly, in this problem identification is the acquisition and application. So like I was touching on, consumer trends, what to expect. They've mastered the Canadian, but we wait to see what it would look like in a future acquisition on a global scale. So the strategic goals of us here today to take Gradient Brewing to that next level, that international level that they want to compete with and hold their ground under the conglomerate that Empire is and really utilize their skills, they need to scale Gradient internationally. So one of Gradient's key characteristics is their Canadian heritage. They're proud to be Canadian. They love where they come from, their roots. They know we Canadians love beer, and they've really mastered that. And like them and their future acquisition Empire is they have a passion for product innovation and partnerships. So this is account management, liquor, so venues, and being in these cool partnerships with whatever that may be. So venues, stadiums. Liquor is all about account management. So really nailing in these personal relationships, whether it's your mom and pop liquor store down the street or a massive stadium who might have a soccer team or an NFL team, which you would see these huge accounts with high orders. And lastly, innovation. So Gradient has mastered innovation with their craft and local passion for beer and creating these new unique seasonal flavors. So whether that be a fall craft beer you might enjoy or a winter with a little bit more hops in it. It kind of changes, and they like that challenge and passion for creating those new products. So like Empire, they share this same passion for innovation and creating new goals. So I'm going to be passing along to my colleagues shortly. We're going to be using a slightly modified version of the pestle as we really wanted to tone in and focus on those key points that really matter in addressing their Gradient's current strategy.
My name is Simon, and I'll be taking a look at first of all, our political analysis. So, being almost a $100 billion company, Empire is across 40 different countries with over 450 different brands that are ultimately ultimately allows them to lobby very heavily. They allow it allows them to connect with politicians across multiple nations to lobby for laws that are comparatively advantaged for the sustainability of their company. Next up we have, and I'll hand it to Marco to take on the economical standpoint.
All right, so looking at this from an economical based standpoint, we have post-COVID-19. So due to COVID-19 becoming less prevalent currently, we've seen a resurgence and more parties and events occurring. So myself, for an example, I love the Calgary Stampede. It's the greatest outdoor rodeo in the whole entire world. And that's a great example of an event where you would drink socially with your friends, family, whoever it may be, and enjoy beer. This also includes the return of drinking and culture events, included with a resurgence of social media-based influencers. So public figures such as the Nelk Boys, for example, will promote drinking and partying, which will improve liquor sales in the end. Looking at this from a socially based standpoint, we have varying cultures of drinking. So for example, as I stated, the Calgary Stampede, you'll also have different forms of drinking. So for example, beer, seltzers, whatever you may be into. Also, within our case, there was a sexual misconduct issue involving an employee and a senior employee. This would lead to a bad brand image for our company, along with possibly affecting future partnerships and the merging and acquisition.
And up next is our technological analysis. So merging with Empire has allowed us to amass far more resources and distribution connections. So that just increases our efficiency overall and allows us to reach far more audiences. And yeah. Oh, sorry. And lastly, our legal standpoint. So obviously there's many, laws vary from country to country when it comes to drinking. Obviously our lobbying can help with that a lot, but it is a very big thing to consider when you're trying to reach very many markets and yeah, different cultures of drinking. Next up is we looked at the scalability of hemp as well. It's not very scalable due to the fact that not many countries are very comfortable with cannabis yet, and yeah, so its scalability is quite low. And I'll hand it back to Fritz.
So based on what we've learned about like the scalability of a hemp-based drink under one of that innovative style type of drinks where we kind of want to try that new sort of goal with Gradient, we're going to take a look at some alternatives for this strategy. So we're tasked with devising a 5-year plan. So there's a few different options we can take to really make an acquisition of Gradient under Empire to be as successful as possible. So taking a look at the first alternative would be to maintain status quo. So we've mastered Canada. We know who likes drinking beer, how much they like to drink. We know how to approach your liquor stores, your venues. We understand account management. So this would be applying the strong market knowledge we have in Canada and have persisted with over the years and applying this on an international scale. So Empire has the major required distribution channels. As though we've mastered Canada, we lack that international supply chain and the distribution, reaching out to these international business approaches, which are very different, as well as like culture bases on who knows what how the Europeans like to drink compared to our Canadas. However, we do believe that our strong knowledge in the Canadian market and the success could apply to future success. Next up, with our international flagship approach. So originally with Gradient Flagship, we look at flagship craft as the innovative, unique seasonal flavors. However, we think a new approach to the term flagship. So when you think of flagship, I think of like a flagship store. Flagship 5th Avenue, New York, Apple Store. Big glass building. The Starbucks roastery, sorry. It's an experience. You think of like M&M World, the Heineken Brewery. We really think there's a new way to take on flagship as a term and shift away from that craft, more niche beer sector of our clients and shift into a new flagship location. So we envision a strategy with this would look like opening a London flagship store, where we can really bring that Canadian culture and heritage we've developed as a brand and are passionate for, and really show the world what we think is so great about our beer. So open that on in a flagship store, so a London location, New York, Paris, really dive in, and this will lead us to create an experience for the customer, which is disguised as a transaction. So not only are you going for a great time to enjoy some great Canadian beer, you'd be able to go buy this awesome Canadian beer shirt if you're in London or if you're in Milan, which would be a super cool international way to grow our brand and develop brand awareness in a way that we've never done before. Not only would this improve the global brand recognition of Gradient, it would allow for improved distribution. So further down the line, when we want to open up accounts in, for example, London, we have a distribution center in a brewery, which is tasked as this great experience for the customer, we'd be brewing on site. So we'd be able to easily get to local pubs in London or whatever it may be. We have that distribution channel locked and created in our flagship stores. As a result of a great social phase of moving to that healthy alternative of low calories, no sugar, plant-based options. So our third option with following these market trends would be to develop a RTD, ready to drink, new liquor under our Gradient brand. So rather than doing that beer, we'd create a new RTD. This would, with international account management under the Empire company, we'd be able to greatly apply this, we'd unveil this RTD on a global scale because they have these strong distribution channels already in place, which we lack. But we have a passion for not only creating beer, but Gradient has a strong passion for applying, just giving a great user experience and keeping those innovation principles that they created their brand on. They want to continue to innovate and push a new product that people want to drink. So rather than keeping that craft segment of our business, we would shift these craft resources into a ready-to-drink. So that may be a seltzer. We'd apply the extensive market knowledge they have of people that love to consume and really apply that to a new RTD. So when looking at our decisions, we use the decision matrix to weigh what we think would be the most feasible alternative. So starting off with status quo, the need for it is there. We would be acquired by Empire. However, out of 5, it's not at the top as it would be. It's just what we've been doing. And although it's great and people love it, Canadians love it, on an national scale, it might not be, we don't really know what to expect. The innovation just isn't what we like to have what they like to have as a company. So we rank that as a 1. And the alignment with their core values and ours just is kind of in that middle zone, leaving it at a 6.5. The flagship location alternative, we think is a super cool idea to really bring a new revamped approach to Gradient Brewing and take it to that international scale that Empire can do for us. So we rank this as a 10, as it aligns super well with Gradient's core values as well as Empire's. Lastly, would be to follow the market trends. So implementing a new RTD, a healthier option. They believe this is a strongly aligned with their values, innovation, as well as it's just a great pair for an international success. So this is ranked the highest, which would be the option we would pursue. So starting off with this option of creating a new drink, a RTD, a ready to drink, we'd imagine a seltzer. So firstly, we'd offer them the taproom locations. So these taprooms were originally the craft breweries. So there's one in Whistler, there's one in Calgary, as well as a couple more across Canada. Shifting these resources would open up quite a little bit more cash and applying that to create an RTD. So using that prior extensive knowledge that we talked about would help shift that and use our expertise that we've developed over time. Pushing the consumer trends. So like I talked about, Gradient is passionate about following what their customers want, as well as their acquisition with Empire on how to push that new drink to customers. They want to create something new for their fans, and they've loved the brand so far, but they believe there's more they can offer, following that innovation key principle. So with these refocusing these craft resources, we would create 3 new RTDs. So 3 vodka-based RTDs would be a berry, a lime, and a watermelon seltzer. So vodka instead of your typical beer. And we believe they believe this is the future of that of the drink sector, because people want that new innovative thing. They want to be able to go have a spin class and feel good that they didn't just have a beer after. And we think this is super applicable to the whole world and different sectors of different economies, and I think it's a great social We think the social application of this ties in well with Empire's global account management. So if you look at like, the south of Italy, people are in bathing suits. South of France, people don't want to go feel bloated after a beer. So that's why we do believe that implementing an RTD in 3 new flavors would be the next step in persevering as a company. So I'm now going to pass it over to my colleague to talk about the risk mitigation of this strategy.
So, on the first note, we have the sexual assault backlash. So, the probability of this occurring is in the mid-range, as nothing has been proven within the court of law. However, in terms of detriment from this situation, it would negatively affect our business, as it would create immense amount of backlash with consumers and could possibly cut any ties we have with partnerships in the future. On the second note, we have the misprediction of our customer trends. So ideally, we have a great internal team. We have a really strong marketing and analysis-based team, so we don't really see this as much of a probable outcome. However, the detriment of this could kill us as the manageable as we are unsure of how consumers will respond to the potential new delivering of an RTD. Lastly, we have our missed milestone. The probability of this occurring is highly unlikely, as we have quite experienced teams. However, the detriment could be quite immense, as we could lose potential investors due to them being very conscious about their money.
So to finish it up with the timeline, so unveiling an RTD on a global scale would not be easy. However, under the acquisition, it's a 5-year plan. So we'd start off in year 1, allocating those craft resources to the development of an RTD. Towards year 2, we would unveil a US trial run, so based on those target markets, where it's a little bit more out of our comfort zone in Canada, but we still have that more North American-based approach. They would kind of understand their neighbors down south a little bit more than they might across the water. So we think this would be a huge turning point for the company. Concluding that US trial run, they'd move to Western Europe, unveil in London, Europe, France, Italy. Those big sectors where we know they like to drink beer, but we think they'd have a strong passion for an RTD seltzer. Lastly, at year 5, we'd establish this international market consumer analysis. So that would be a major thing for predicting future success. The key performance indicators are in 3 milestones.
All right, so our first milestone is a $1 million increase in annual net income before tax of 2022. Now, ultimately, because we're reallocating resources from our craft into RTDs, we will want to. This is very achievable because there will be far more resources available to us, and furthermore, we are able to sell these high-profile real estate properties in places like Whistler, Calgary, and Saskatoon. These tap houses, and that will achieve the first milestone. Our second milestone is a $10 million net income increase relative to 2022 results. Now, by now, we'll start to see our effects. Okay.
Thanks for listening, guys.
Yeah, sorry.
We're now opening the floor to questioning.
Awesome job, guys. I've got a question if I can start
Yeah.
us off. So I was just curious on your second strategy, which was
Yeah.
the international flagship.
Yeah, I can go back to that slide
Painted
for
a
you.
picture of a Canadian heritage experience.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what products would you like to see in those stores?
So we'd go all in on beer. So we'd create a brewery. We'd focus on our top selling Canadian beers. There's about 5 of them. We just think it'd be created such a unique experience. So there's that Heineken type brewery, but we think the world's never seen a Canadian beer on such a global scale. So creating such a unique product to the people that have never, like, some people don't even, they're like, where is Canada? Is it in the US? Oh, you're just an American. We think there's a huge sector to implement a Canadian beer across the world in a very unique user experience.
Awesome, thank you.
Tell me your other recommendations.
So, the,
Go to the end of your deck.
oh yeah,
You can
sorry.
get through. Yeah.
So we just finished the,
We do, you were there, okay.
yeah.
Go one slide up.
The KPI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, is this good numbers?
Yeah, so,
1 million over,
So this-
I'm assuming they do like hundreds of millions of
Yeah.
dollars, so.
so I can touch on this. This was the 5th year projection, the third milestone that the acquisition would like to see. So based on a $20 million revenue increase from the 2022 results prior to that acquisition, this is the goal that Empire sees flourishing for Gradient as a brand on a global scale. So they deem this would be a successful, achievable number that Gradient can achieve under the Empire brand.
Is this gonna be like 1% of their sales, 5% globally?
It would be a substantially large number of Gradient's sales. Empire as a company wouldn't be that higher as they represent hundreds of beer companies, sorry. But it's the first step in moving that Canadian brewery and taking it to that next international level.
I have a question.
Yes.
Great job, by the way.
Thank you.
What's the cost of investment for each strategy? And if you don't know the actual number, what's the difference in cost?
Yeah, so I can go back to the alternative options here. So our status quo is the more conservative, the investors, our status quite conservative. So this would be it's a conservative approach. We know what we've done before. This would be our lower end. This would be a more expensive, as starting off with like if you were to lease land rather than buy. It'd be feasible in the short run. However, long-term and positive cash flow returns would be more interested in like acquiring the land we sit on and having that real estate holding to have just a better long-term success. So like holding a huge location in central London or whatever after 5 years would look more at that acquiring. So that'd be probably the steepest financial market trend. It would be more than your status quo, the lowest. However, there's such a strong understanding. So their cost would be a little bit more in finding that new, whether it be advertising the new drink or the creation of finding an adequate vodka supplier. And still, this would be the second to highest.
And do you think that the market trend strategy would actually be a little bit more expensive because it's pushing you back in terms of reallocating, whereas the other two strategies, you're not reallocating, you're kind of starting from where you are?
So a new drink, you see about a 20% increase in profit, or revenue, sorry. It is a lot more to start up. However, if you find that success, it would be more beneficial in that long run over a 5-year span compared to staying with that beer in that more conservative option.
So you'd say that the market trend might be the more risky one in that regard?
Yeah. Basing off the two, it's the riskier option. However, we think it's truly the best option to grow the brand at a reasonable rate compared to other two alternatives.
So,
I'm sorry, after this, you're not allowed to ask any questions, I'm so sorry. Just 30 seconds. Yeah, no.
That will end our question.
Yep. Yes, I know it's why I recognize your message. Oh. Yeah. Pardon? Yeah, it's a good time. Yeah. Apparently, business strategy is like the best JDC case to be judging on. It's like the one. Feel honored.
You're saying that in all the other judging sessions.
So then to get a new card, what do we do?
I just went back to that same website.
Okay, so you just refreshed it?
Yeah.
Tell me your kid.
I just bookmarked it, so I'm good to go back once it's submitted.
I just took the very end of the submission ULR off back to academics-A, scorecard-A, sorry.
So I feel really confident. Who said that?
One of my friends, Karen, who was very involved in JDC West when she was in school, and then she was like on the committee to help the students after graduated. She's a judge this year in HR. Yeah, so she's like, business strategy. It's like the best because it's like business strategy, just this is how it works, right?
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Strategy Case Presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a loud acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Kenzie Bergeron, Kelly Lindsay, Jamie Prefontaine, Rory Nussbaumer, and Chinooka Wikramasinghe. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Sunana, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I, the presentation moderator, will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. You're free to begin.
Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and honored guests. Thank you so much for bringing us in today. My name is Alyssa, and I'm very excited to be presenting our recommendation for you today with Gradient Brewing and how we can help you move forward into the future. We understand that there are some reservations currently at hand with some of your stakeholders, and we are so excited. Myself, on behalf of my team with Cole and Josh, we are Granite Consulting, and we are excited to help you move forward with the deal at hand and look to see how we can get everyone on board with this partnership. So looking at a brief outline of what will be discussed today, we've identified a key problem looking at how Gradient wants to align your post-closing system with the new company that has acquired you, Empire, and how you can move forward and satisfy all of your key stakeholders in this situation, which has led us to suggesting a recommendation of improving the efficiency in your brewing operations. Lastly, we have an impact that will exceed your current valuation goals for your company in order to achieve the clauses of the current contract that will help you move forward with the closeout.
So taking a look now at some analysis, starting with the stakeholders identified. First of all, Gradient, the executives. The opportunity here is apparent that there's an opportunity here to be acquired and to realize the synergies with Empire. The reservations are also noted that with this, you are looking for the absolute best deal possible for everyone involved, as you are a stakeholder, but you are also looking out for all the other stakeholders. With the shareholders, the key concern and opportunity here is to maximize the profit, with the reservation that 50% of that profit is contingent on future parts of this plan. For the consumers, more access to your excellent beverages is an opportunity here through this acquisition. However, with a concern that there will be a change in product, either in the distribution or in the products themselves, as an acquisition like this can lead to large changes that may dissuade some of those consumers. Finally, Empire, profit through synergies, is the key objective here, with the reservations, also with the concerns that those synergies may not be realized. Taking a look at some of the areas of your business, tap rooms are one area that have been highlighted, with the 3 recent locations, none of the tap rooms being older than 2019. Spread throughout Western Canada, they help increase the brand awareness, and we recognize that they are a valuable part of your marketing and building that brand awareness, also dealing with the values of your company. There is, however, a low conversion margin here, and we recognize that this is an area of concern as you seek to grow, with the other aspects of your business having much higher margins, around 45%, with a negative margin here. With some of the key dates and key focuses of this project, we recognize that with the many contingencies looking ahead in the next 5 years, there are some big goals to meet, with increasing both income and revenue in the upcoming years, required to reach that $120 million valuation that you are seeking. Taking a look at some of the decisions and alternatives possible, let's walk through a decision tree. The first step is taking a look at those tap rooms that were mentioned. There are a few options here. Because they are not profitable with the low and sometimes negative margins, there is the opportunity to close all of these tap rooms. However, there's also the understanding that these are, again, a marketing expense to some extent and increase the brand awareness. So by investing more heavily in them, there's also an opportunity to expand to the other markets, including Ontario and Manitoba, and to revitalize them and place more of an emphasis on them. Lastly, there's the opportunity to close select tap rooms to be able to focus more heavily on specific locations instead of trying to spread yourselves too thin. And for this recommendation, that is what we are recommending. The next step of the decision tree is distribution. We recognize that there's been some issues, but also some opportunities here. The first decision opportunity is to close the operations in Manitoba and northwestern Ontario, understanding that these are further from the distribution centers, which lower the margins due to the increased transportation costs. The other alternative is to invest more heavily and build that infrastructure up so that it is on par with the other locations in Canada. And because we recognize that Empire's goal through this acquisition is increased market share, we are making the recommendation to invest more heavily. Taking a look at partnerships, there are many opportunities to expand this aspect of your deal because we recognize that Empire also has a strong emphasis on partnerships. With your current partnership with SJHL, there's the opportunity to expand those efforts further with other local leagues. There's also the opportunity to expand just in Saskatchewan, where you currently are, but into other sports, or to look beyond sport at other markets and expand into other areas such as festivals that Empire currently does. We recommend expanding into the other junior hockey leagues to get a broader market share across the provinces. And finally, with the 3 criteria here, we are recommending to close the BC tap room, to invest operations in Manitoba and Northwestern Ontario, and to expand the efforts in partnerships in junior hockey leagues.
So as mentioned by my colleague here, your company is looking at a strict and rigid guideline for milestones to be achieved to be able to maximize your profit over this next 5-year term. We are recommending that you are going to seek to focus in on the taproom industry as a whole. We understand, once again, that it is a great marketing tactic. However, it has produced low margins, if not negative margins, for your company. And we think that in order to meet these milestones in the next year or year and a half, we are going to recommend that you actually are going to close one of those branches, which is going to be the BC branch. And then from there, we also are going to recommend that you are looking to increase your partnerships and outreach in that manner. This is a great part of your business, and you have received much of your revenue streams from this. And we are going to recommend that you are going to look further into the sports industry and hockey and the junior hockey leagues, as well into the Saskatoon area in specific. Now, if you also look, we are going to increase the facilities. Not only is this the distribution of your systems from Saskatoon to Manitoba and Ontario, but this is going to also be improving the equipment, doing reviews, and making sure that everything is up to quality standards. We have understood that this is something that your company has faced some issues with and will face issues with in the next coming year and years to come. And we want to make sure that the inventory turnover is at optimal levels for the years to come to once again save you on some future expenses.
So to preface the beginning of our implementation plan here, as Josh outlined, we have a couple of particular areas: the partnerships, the tap rooms, and the facilities. However, we understand that it is a little bit more complex than that, and we need to break it down into the different areas of immediate plans, short-term plans, and long-term plans, as we understand that there are milestones that must be achieved in order to reach the full valuation of the contract that's been signed with Empire. So firstly, looking into the partnership stage of our implementation plan. Firstly, we want your current partnerships division as part of Empire to negotiate some contracts with some further junior hockey leagues. We understand that Empire has a great strength in their current partnerships division, and that much of their marketing budget is currently spent in that particular area, and they're looking to continue to expand. You've seen great success with your current Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League contract by being their provider of beverages at many of their local arenas. So we believe that you should continue to do that with the British Columbia Hockey League, the Alberta Junior Hockey League, and the Manitoba Junior Hockey League. As we'll discuss further and talking about our facilities as well, we believe that this is feasible and that it's also a great market to tap into, as you've seen success in Saskatchewan, and you will continue to see so in those other markets that currently contribute to a lot of your profits with different sales as they exist today with your current facilities. Looking into the second part, of course, we'll need to finalize those terms for you, looking at, being the sole provider, the different costs, and obviously understanding that different arenas will have different kinds of constraints with what they can hold and what they can provide. So looking to finalize those contracts ahead of the 2023-2024 hockey season. As we understand, this will begin in October, and we're currently midway through the season, so preparing that into next hockey season. Looking at the third stage, we want to help you implement some marketing strategies modeled after your current SJHL efforts. As I've mentioned, very successful. So we want you to continue to implement those same successful strategies, as we understand the markets in these other provinces are very similar in the scope of hockey and junior sports in general. And looking at our fourth step here, obviously there will need to be some distribution channels established to ensure that the product is being transported from any of your facilities to those arenas to ensure the successful distribution of the product, so that there's always great beer on the table for anyone going out to watch a junior hockey game. Looking into the next part of our implementation, particular to the tap rooms. So firstly, as mentioned, we recommend that you close the Whistler tap room. As the profit margins are just so minuscule to the point where they are negative in many cases, we believe that this is the best course of action moving forward. We want you to reinvigorate your particular efforts in the ones that do exist at present in Calgary and Saskatoon, and really focus those efforts there. We understand that business is fluid and that perhaps in the future tap rooms would be a continued option in many different markets as you continue to expand. But at this time, we want you to focus those particular efforts in Saskatoon and Calgary and really reinvigorate what those tap rooms mean in order to make them profitable, which we will discuss further. Lastly, we'll help you implement some events and initiatives that will help you reach the key audiences and the key targets of making sure that these are profitable. So looking at what exactly that means, we have some ideas for some particular initiatives. So firstly, we believe that in your current operating tap rooms, it would be a fantastic idea to include some more fun events to really attract new customer bases. So particularly, we know that at different bars across the country, themes like themed music, trivia, different events, and different entertainment and things like that are very successful, and that could help draw in new crowds to your particular tap rooms. We also have some other ideas particular to engagement. So we understand that at present with your current flavors, you have a lot of different really cool brewery flavors that are available to your customers. We believe that a fantastic engagement strategy with this particular area would be to implement a new voting system that would help bring in limited edition flavors so that consumers can try the beers and vote on which ones are their favorites. They can come to your tap rooms and they can try many and different individual at once, or they can go and they can purchase them. And then we'll include on the bottles, of course, a QR code so they can vote on which particular flavors they like the best. And then upon the closing of the voting period, the successful product would stay on the shelves permanently for the next 6 to 9 months. And then you could continue to try those new voting systems periodically or so, and continue to engage customers in trying those new flavors. A couple of particular key performance indicators for this stage would firstly be to take a look at the taproom visitors. Hopefully, initially with these new reinvigorated efforts, for the first few months, we'd like to see a 10% increase per month in visitors. We understand this is a lofty goal moving forward due to capacity constraints, but due to the current implementation of these particular events, we believe that for the first year, this goal is achievable because you will have these different events and initiatives that are appealing to different consumers. Secondly, we also want to see return voters per each round of this particular area, as we understand that every few months when this product is being run, there will be new products available, and we want people to continue to try them all. Just because you did the voting system today doesn't mean that 6 months from now you will know these flavors. They'll be new to all consumers. So we want to see a 30% return voter rate. Now looking particularly at the facilities component. So we understand that there are some complexities with the current distribution channels as they exist with Gradient. So firstly, we want to encourage you to conduct a review of your current flagship brewing facilities. So we understand that there are currently some waste elements that are going on with your particular products due to storage constraints, and also that the equipment is under harsh labor, and we want to make sure that you're able to preserve that PPE. Secondly, we want you to research some new locations for new additional distribution centers to facilitate the further investment in particularly Manitoba and Northern Ontario. So we encourage you to conduct some of your own research as opposed to following trends, as we understand that that's previously something that has occurred within your company, is that you followed along some of the particular trends when it comes to the industry. But we really encourage you to figure things out to see what makes the most sense for your company. Particularly for us, we recommend somewhere along the lines of Centerport in a Winnipeg, a rural Manitoba location, as it's along the Trans-Canada Highway and would be excellent for bridging the gap between the new efforts in Manitoba and Northern Ontario. We also want you to update your current operations as identified in the first step, so really implementing that, and then negotiating and signing a lease for a new distribution center. Lastly, it's important to set it up and run it and make sure that you're implementing those changes to accommodate what you're looking for. So just to briefly look at a quick timeline, as mentioned, broken down into the immediate, the short term, and the long term. So as you can see, this has to begin right away in order to achieve these key targets that are set for 2023, 2024, and 2026. So looking at particularly this timeline, you can see that there will be some efforts conducted immediately with your partnerships team at Empire, as well as your current internal team at Gradient, and that we'll be able to continue to see that success into the future in order to achieve those targets.
So looking at some of the financials here, so we are going to have that strict timeline once again to meet these targets as far as milestones go, specifically in the year of 2024, 2026, and 2028. So looking at the taproom industry, we are focusing in on some cost savings that are going to be attributed to it, as well as the marketing promotions that are going to happen with the customization of the drink orders that are going to be done by a voting system. So we are going to see good revenues all throughout the entire project's lifetime. From there, you are going to get and reach out more so to those partners once again to try and really frame up some good networking opportunities to be able to sell to more customers. And we think that this will bring in about, over $6 million throughout the project's lifetime. And then lastly, we're looking at the facilities, and this is a major part. There are going to be high upfront costs, and I will warn you about that in the first year to 2 years. However, you can see significant operational efficiencies, especially if you are looking more so to the long term. You never want to have short-term thinking when you are doing long-term planning, and we think that if you were to be able to improve your operational efficiencies, you can grow as a company not only in Manitoba, but you can look to grow nationwide and expand further into the Ontario regions where there are more consumers. And we think that that can have a larger sum of your revenues there that can meet the guidelines that were mentioned there. So looking at some of the costs, there are once again those cost savings that will happen in the immediate phase just due to the fact that you are going to be closing down that one branch. However, there are going to be increased costs now for the marketing and the upskilling of employees to be able to conduct a voting system and things like that. Looking at the partnership, you are going to have to do significant outreach to be able to make contracts and negotiate terms to be able to be the only distributor at these games. We understand that that is a significant expense right now for your company, but you do redeem high revenues for the years to come with those secured partnerships. And then looking lastly at the facilities, now there are significant costs for the lease. We are going to recommend that you lease rather than purchase, as it is something that is a bit more flexible for your company as a whole. And this is going to lead you to costs that are around $12 million there. So looking at some of the risks that your company is going to face, we understand that Gradient is going to be acquired by Empire, and there have been recent allegations with the company associated with Empire of sexual assault cases. Now, we think that although this isn't related to your company necessarily, and there aren't any correlation between the two, we think that you should take proper action to mitigate this risk by speaking directly with Empire to set up certain policies and guidelines going forward, just as a public relations tool. We are looking as well at falling short of the target, and that is a significant barrier and something that you should consider going forward. If nothing works out here, you are going to lose $60 million, so that is something to consider. And we are looking to hit all three of those targets, whether it is the new product lines that are being offered through drinks, whether it is the net income before benefit or before taxes, or if it is the revenue increases. We are looking to do all three of those, so we think that that's a significant improvement, and we think that you can benefit even if one of those falls short. And then lastly, we look at maybe junior leagues aren't looking to sign up with you as a whole. Maybe you can only get with the Saskatchewan Junior League, and we are going to look at using Empire as a connection tool for that portion there. Looking at impact here, so we are looking to capture about 25% of the market share of Canada here, and then we are looking at a $120 million valuation that you can receive if everything is done orderly and correctly here. So lastly, we talked about the issues that you're... Thank you. We'll have any questions now.
We'll start the timer for comment.
You mentioned building new facilities, correct?
Correct.
How long is it going to take for that facility to get up and running and then have those returns, like full efficiency and fully realize the returns on the facility?
Right, so we're not necessarily building the facility from scratch. We would look to also lease that facility as we can get it up and running in a faster timeline. We think that somewhere between a year and a year and a half is a realistic timeline to have upskilling or hiring of employees, as well as making contract agreements with that lease agreement.
I like the idea of expanding in the hockey through the different provincial hockey leagues. Even those events might have free tickets and who knows what. And you're worried about this Rossi character, but you're following what's happening with Hockey Canada and sexual assault. What about all this brand, this sexual misconduct? Are you any concerns about that?
Absolutely, and I think that it's almost an opportunity in that sense, because you do raise a great point about Hockey Canada and that particular situation. We understand that the situation with Rossi is separated, and it gives you the opportunity to really look internally and understand that there are some policies that must be implemented with organizations such as yourself and larger organizations with a scope such as Hockey Canada. We understand that the situation that happened with Hockey Canada occurred because the proper infrastructure wasn't in place to deal with these situations when they arose. So we believe that this is an opportunity for you to deal with that internally with Gradient, so that such occasions never arise within your company.
You noted just focusing on increasing overall interest in hockey in general. Was there any rationale in regards to any other specific types of sports or anything like that that might kind of avoid connection to sexual assault allegations, as well as what's happening within hockey right now within Hockey Canada?
Absolutely. We understand that, as mentioned, those sexual assault allegations within the sport are very troubling and are very alarming. We understand that currently, with the way that your contract works with the SJHL, you have the internal capabilities to see success with hockey leagues. So we do encourage you to look in that route, because we believe it requires less upfront human capital, because you understand how to workshop those partnerships. But we do understand that there are opportunities for growth into other sports and such. But we do believe that hockey is a great sport in the country of Canada, and we do believe that a lot of great people in the sport have spoken out against Hockey Canada and have condemned the things that they've done in response to those sexual assault allegations. So we believe that the junior hockey leagues and those junior hockey players don't necessarily need to be at the expense of this, and that we believe that the infrastructure is there internally for you to proceed with those contracts.
Question just on the same emphasis of the hockey. Curious, once this acquisition does go through, what happens to brand, what happens to product offering, and potentially distribution?
Absolutely. So when the acquisition goes through, the products, we are not anticipating any changes, but rather continuing to pursue the same ones with the same high degree of quality. With the distribution, taking it all the way back to the brewing, through the review of your facilities, this will help maintain that quality while improving efficiencies. And then with the distribution as well, because we know that Empire is looking for a broader market share in Canada through this acquisition, that is why we are recommending the distribution center in Manitoba to help reach both Manitoba and the Ontario market.
Any further questions, judges?
I'll finish you guys off. So there was a point in there that said maybe you're not going to get the hockey leagues to sign on, or there could be a risk in their version. Have you thought about any other kind of large-scale, events across the country? Like it's like in Saskatchewan, there's the Jazz Fest, small, but what about those kinds of things? Like, is there a backup, I guess, if the hockey strategy falls through?
Absolutely. So the reason we included that as a risk is because with the condensed timeline, we recognize that we can't come forward saying that these are in place, but rather through the connections you have, we believe it's a strong possibility. If it should fall through, the connections through Empire will provide other opportunities, including beer festivals that Empire has participated in many cities. So we believe there are many other opportunities to explore there.
Conclude the questions.
Now you get to sleep. Get up at 4 in the morning. Right, 3 hours reviewing the case.
2:30.
2:30.
2:30. Oh, there you go.
Went to bed at 11.
It's just like having children.
to just put everything
everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Strategy Case Presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Kenzie Bergeron, Kelly Lenze, Jamie Prefontaine, Rory Nussbaumer, and Shanuka Vikramasinghe. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Sunana, will hold up timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I, the presentation moderator, will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Competitors, you are free to begin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'd like to start with a little bit of a story. When I was a kid, my dad used to work in the lumber industry. He used to come back from a busy day of work, and he used to be very tired, greased up. He sat on the couch, very tired. First thing he did, went in the fridge, grabbed a beer, sat on the couch, watched the TV, and he slept right there. And me, I don't know what my future looks like, but if consultancy didn't work, I'd probably do the same. Now, how can your beer come to my fridge is what we're gonna tell you today, is what we're gonna lay out the path of how your company Gradient Brewing can come to my fridge if this doesn't work out. Now, what's the objective? What direction should your company take? What's happening right now is there's an urgency. There's an offer with one of the probably the biggest offer your company is going to get, and there's employees waiting. There's the board of directors waiting. What's the next path is going to look like? And right here we have created a 3-step plan, which is seal, target, and resilience. And how this is going to work out, we're going to tell you a bit in a bit. And it's a lot of new ways, it's a lot of new innovation that we're going to present in front of you. And one of the big issues we see right now is what's the future plan of the company, and there might be some layoff decisions, and how your company is going to convince your employees, and how your company can do a little bit of rebranding. By rebranding, what I mean, you probably have a lot of questions. Is you're already Canadian, you're already doing the right thing. How can you rebrand? We'll answer all these questions in a bit.
Now, we would like to start off with taking a look at the current market. And what we have pulled out are just a few statistics that we find are super helpful in making the future decision for the company that we're looking at here. And the offer that you guys have received from Empire is one to consider, and without these numbers, it would be really hard to make that decision. So what we have today tells us that Canada placed 12th overall in the beer market, generating 16 million in revenue, and this number is expected to grow by 1.5 million in this coming year. And if we look at the US, it is the biggest importer of the beer industry. Now, what does that mean for Gradient Brewing? It means that you should focus on the US market. It is the prime location for Gradient Brewing to expand, and certainly Empire's resources will help in that, as we will see in the coming slides.
Now, there's a lot of recent influence of TikTok, Instagram, Reels, and all these influencers going after the COVID-19 pandemic. And there has been a lot of ways that a lot of companies have grown tremendously through the use of this. And one of the biggest examples I want to give you is of the Prime Hydration. It is one of the sports drinks that just recently came, and it is backed by 2 big influencers. And it became so big in just, I think, over a year that people are upselling it on eBay for even 20 bucks, and this costs $1 or $2. So I'm just saying the potential TikTok has, the potential Instagram has, and potential all these influencers have all over the place. It's something that your company should look at. I mean, I haven't seen any, I've seen probably a few, but I haven't seen a lot of beer companies promoting themselves through TikTok, promoting themselves, let's say, through Instagram. So this is a place where you should look forward to, where you should try to brand yourselves. Next slide. Now, we'll jump right in the recommendation as my colleague just talked about American markets. Why is it so important that your company should go in American markets? You're doing just fine. You might have questions that we're doing just fine, we're having profits. But because of this new acquisition that lays in front of you, this Empire company, it has all these connections, it has all these operations, and it has all these connections in the American markets. So why not tap in the American markets? Why not Americans taste the Canadian beer, taste the authentic Canadian beer that your company has to provide? So we came up with a plan that exporting beer to the US market and using Empire's resources as a supply chain for the export. Just because it has a big supply chain and just because they're acquiring your company doesn't mean you can't use their supply chains for marketing, for distribution, and for other purposes. So that's one of the big reasons we decided that your company needs to expand in the US markets, is because of the resources. Now, this Canadian brand image that your company has built through all these years, if it goes in the American market, because America is the biggest exporter and importer, as previously mentioned, why shouldn't Americans taste the Canadian beer? Why shouldn't you capitalize on this great opportunity that lies in front of you just because of the recent acquisition? And I know, the board of directors might be thinking that this is not the best idea, this is a bit of a risk. But what lies in front of you is, I think, one of the biggest opportunities that your company would ever see, because not a lot of brands have this distribution network that the Empire is going to give you. Now, the promotion of this beer, your beer, would be through social media in American markets, and it would be placed in all the liquor stores or the liquor stores that the Empires have contacts through. And this is going to be just rolled phased out, which we're going to talk more about it a bit later.
Now, we today present to you an idea that we may face some resistance towards by you guys, or even the shareholders that you guys have to face after you go and leave this presentation room today. And what we have decided is, if Canadian beer is so authentic and we are presenting it to the global market, in this case the US market, why shouldn't we present it in a way that is different from the rest, that is special? Now, the US has states and Canada has provinces. So what we have decided today, considering the records and statistics that we were given by you guys, is that we have pinned down 4 different provinces that have the highest potential and highest recognition in the Canadian market. These are Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan. And what we will be doing is basically using the culture from these provinces, using the languages from these provinces, using landscape and any other distinguishing factors, and put those in to the branding of the beer, which will be displayed to the Canadian market as well as the American market as that province's beer, and exclusively that province's beer. And what this will do is basically it will give you that upper hand, because there is not many beer companies that would think that way, and you would sort of get into a domination stage of that market and maybe lead up to the monopoly stage. Now, moving on to the third recommendation, resilience. For any company to grow and maintain stability, but also to find those critical opportunities like we are presenting to you today, there is a need for research and development. Now, as we know, and as you guys know as well, Empire currently has an innovation team. But what we propose to you today is you guys shouldn't just rely on the innovation team of Empire. Instead, you should add your current existing employees to that team. And the whole purpose of this team will be to find those opportunities, understand how to represent, as we mentioned earlier, those 4 provinces, and later on even furthermore provinces, to the global market as authentic Canadian culture. And what we tell you today is, today's opportunity is what will be tomorrow's profit. No business is successful without taking those big risks. And today, we are presenting to you, as FSG Consulting, an idea that may seem a little, overarching, but it is something that will get you guys up there on the market.
Now, let's get a bit deeper into getting in the American markets. There's going to be a lot of questions. There's going to be a lot of uncertainty that how is your company going to do it? Why are they consulting this? So one of the main reasons is there's going to be different legal requirements in America. There's going to be different, let's say, taxes in America because alcohol is involved, and wherever alcohol is involved, there's a lot of restrictions. Even in provinces, there's restrictions, right? So because of that, we decided that the company which is acquiring you will have a legal team. It also has seen the ways to get in the American market, also has seen the ways to get into the Canadian market, so it knows the path you're going. So by using their help, this is a great way to save a lot of time and to save definitely a lot of cost. And this distribution will navigate through this whole process. Now the second step would be what would you be exporting? Because you have craft beer, you have flagship beers, and you have all other kinds of beer. But there should be a systematic phased rollout, just because you can't export everything to America, right? Because it's uncertainty if Americans are going to like it, if this product's going to even go through, if you're going to see any profits. Now, what we decided is we're going to export only the flagship products. It's just because flagship products are your #1 selling beers right now in the Canadian market. It's the Gradient Pale, it's the Light, the Blonde, and the Dark. And this Canadian image that your company has already maintained, has already been brought up, it will lead through America, and people will taste, and definitely we see in the future that there's going to be a lot of profit just because of all the demand there is for beer. Now, through our third research and innovation team, our Foster innovation team, we'll expand more about that later. It's going to be collecting feedback through everything. Feedback's very important. If it's working, if it's not working. There's plans, and plans can change. This is a strategy, and strategies can change depending on how the feedback's going to be. And then the feedback's being collected by our team, and then we have to take a reasonable action. If it's going through, get more demand, and there's going to be more productions, there's going to be more profits.
Now, we would like to move on to the second part of the implementation, which we have called target. Now, what do we mean by targeting here? We have decided on who the audience is. This is the US market, consumers who are interested in having beer. But now, how do we get to those consumers is what we are talking about here. So, first of all, we presented to you the idea of different provinces having different tastes. And now, when this idea is presented to the US market, we We will have to see what the reaction is. And obviously, they would be fascinated by this because they would have never seen anything like this before. Have you ever heard of a Texas beer? No, because that's not a thing. But this will be the first time such a concept will be brought to any beer market, Canadian beer market, the US beer market. And so what we have decided is instead of creating a fully new product and wasting a lot of money on that, what you will be doing is from the list of the craft beer that you already have, you'll be deciding on which tastes fit better for which specific provinces. And this will be done by the innovation team that we talked about earlier on. And now the second part of this is the actual marketing component. We have decided that this should be done through TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Now these are three main platforms that are used widely among the community today. And Empire's marketing resources will really help you guys to navigate through this and really understand the use of how marketing and promotion can be used to display these products to the US market. Now, there are simple things like the usage of colors to represent a different province, or the usage of landscape. We could be using the Rockies, for instance, or for Saskatchewan plain lands, and so on and so forth. Now, the third part to this, just building on to the marketing component, would be to approach influencers. As mentioned by my kind colleague here, the Prime Hydration Company recently decided to use influencers to promote its drink and to sell it off at a higher volume and reach a bigger audience. And so by approaching these influencers here, we will be reaching to those, those middle group as the youth, which would be in the 20s to 20 to 30s, as well as some other older groups like the 50s and so on. And finally, again, we have to go back to the feedback and evaluation, which will be taken care of by the innovation team. What they will be doing is to collect feedback on how consumers are liking the branding of these products and the products themselves, which will allow for you guys to decide whether or not this is working out as a plan, first of all, and if it is, to what extent. And what we will really understand through this is whether or not the US market is liking the idea and the taste that is associated with each province. If not, then we would alter that and choose another craft beer from your list and repeat the same process over again.
Implementation part 3, resilience. This team consists of existing employees and Empire's innovation team collaborating together to form the Foster Innovation Team. This team will collect feedback from all the operations to create and develop future production and distribution strategies. Exploring marijuana-infused beers as an example for specifically the Canadian market, and also taking feedback of employees.
Now, there's been some risks, and we've talked about there's obviously a little bit of risk involved in any decision any company makes, but there's risk of employee turnover. There's risk that employee would think that there's going to be some layoffs just because of this big change. But our team has fully considered your culture and a lot of distress between the employees, and we have decided that because of these big operations, these big changes, the new beer you're going to rebrand, the exports, there's going to be a lot of other operations that you might need new employees for. So if you have tried insourcing, just because if you close one operation, those employees shouldn't be laid off. They should be used for other operations. There is a slight chance that the US market won't really work. Then we would have to redirect the strategy to something else, but that does depend on a lot of other factors, such as taxes, such as the imports and exports. And we have made financials in the next slide, which is showing the net income from the operations we have just talked, it does not include the operations you already have. This is from the exports. And you can see the provincial beers. This is taken into consideration that about the US markets and how the beer is very increasingly dominating the US markets and how they're going to perceive it. We have taken a 15% increase through year 1 and 2, and then 20% increase just to be safe. And we would like to thank you all for listening to our presentation. Any questions?
I can kick us off.
Yep.
Social media
Yep.
seems to be a really big part of, it seems to be the only part of the marketing strategy. And there's a lot of research out there that says people who follow you on social are usually people who will never buy from you, or they've already bought from you, so you've already converted them as a customer. So my question is, what else can we do in terms of branding, marketing that's outside of social?
So that's a really good point you bring up, and we actually considered this in our analysis as we were going through your company's records and what we were thinking of how to approach this situation. And we see that Empire currently has a really big stance in the global market, and the social media serves as an add-on to that. So what you guys will basically be doing is using the marketing resources and the marketing setup that Empire already has built from the start, and the social media influencing will be an add-on to that as a way to really promote it to the group that may not be reached by Empire. But yeah, that would be.
So what are Empire's marketing, like what would that entail?
So we won't be completely sure as we haven't received full information from Empire, but as we do understand, any big company would be obviously using social media, so they also have that component. But as we are aware, they are not using influencers, which is why we added that component to that. And as well as that, Empire also probably is using things like banners and advertisements through Google Ads and so on and so forth.
Good job, guys. Question on the larger picture for the acquisition. So we know in this business case, the acquisition has to hit really large financial targets. You talked about today the marketing, the socials, the brand. You talked about the supply chain and rejigging distribution channels. You also talked about focusing on the US market. So with those three that you focused on today, what are you seeing in the financials in order to be successful with those targets for this acquisition?
We did consider everything, and we saw all those restrictions that needed to be placed because 20 millions every 3 years should be given to the board of directors. Now, with these operations, we have seen that all those categories are getting hidden, so all those are getting completed. With these, we're launching new products with the provincial beers, and then hitting the American market with your current operations in Canada. We'll hit all those targets, and the acquisition would be successful.
Thank you.
So, we at Gradient, we're in Western Canada, BC to Northwest Ontario. Why forgo Toronto and Quebec, which are huge markets, to go to the US?
That's an amazing question. As we said, it's a phased rollout, so we didn't know that if it's going to work out or not. So we started just 4 provinces, which we saw would be the best, which would cover the best, like the beer you already have, right? And then you're not creating a new product because that would need $2 million already. So this is the beer you already have, and you're rebranding it according to the taste of the province. So Alberta is probably a bit darker beer, so you're going to do that. And then if it's successful, then it's going to be different. You're going to expand to different provinces. So that's going to be a long-term strategy. So that's why we just took 15% instead of saying that, oh yeah, and the next year is going to be 100% or 200% increase, because we wanted to be a bit safe.
You already you noted an innovation team and talked quite a bit of detail around that. the organization probably already most likely has an innovation team, probably focused on taste, being a beer company. I'm just wondering if you had any additional comments on that in regards to additional criteria and rationale in regards to kind of the foray into marijuana-infused beverages, or any other specific criteria maybe that you're looking at that might kind of touch on and revamp an innovation team.
So we did talk about this. I'm going to go a little bit quick about this. There's going to be HR problems just because any acquisitions, there's going to be HR problems. There's going to be employees with distress. There's going to be employees ask for a lot of questions. Now that is why we didn't really rely on the Empire's innovation team. We wanted your company employees to feel more comfortable, and the Empire's resources are going to get add-on for the all innovation. Oh.
That will conclude the
Thank you.
question period. Thank you.
Thanks.
pushed it out into 3 different companies. Our competitor companies here, they're also talking about ripping out parts. Rip the parts and put them together.
That stuff is very cool. It's like getting big, like,
building those right now. I'm just talking to a person that is like, he doesn't have access to interest rates. It's just
depends on what they decide. Our people are figuring out that they can be like, no, we'll do it ourselves.
yeah.
Okay, where are we?
ARI.
We just want you to set up the start.
Just looking for a new one, yeah. We just got our official date for the middle of the year.
How is the market right now, the housing market?
So I'm actually moving to Calgary.
Oh.
But yeah. It's okay. And, yeah, it's very aggressive in Calgary. The only reason why we're building is because we were trying to buy it about a year ago, and everyone was paying in cash. We weren't even doing inspections. They were paying $100,000 more than was listed. So we're supposed to build and walk in really cheap. So Calgary needs to move on to the next year's path. I think we can get $100,000. It's just stupid. It's such a joke. But we're doing good.
Are you excited?
Yeah, just looking at the difference in the forecasts. They're a little shit right now. It's like plus 10 last 2 days. Even though it's been 6 years. Yeah, mostly that. And then I've had a lot of friends and family moved to Calgary. Not actually originally from Saskatchewan.
Oh, okay. Where are you originally?
York. Fairly south of here. But yeah, most of my sisters and cousins and everything went to school here. This first.
Yeah.
Yeah. 6 a.m. next Sunday.
That was good. That one behind. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Strategy Case Presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Kenzie Bergeron, Kelly Lindsay, Jamie Prefontaine, Rory Nussbaumer, and Shanuka Vikramasinghe. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the questions. Our academic timekeeper, Sunana, will hold up time cues throughout the presentation and the questions period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I, the presentation moderator, will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are tuned to silence and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you're free to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Gino.
And together, these are my partners. Hi, I'm proud.
Hi, my name is Simran.
And together, we are GPS Consultant, where we help you navigate through your problems. Now let's begin. To start off, actually, we are gonna be reviewing Gradient Brewing. Executive summary, our goal is to meet the milestone set by Empire, increasing Gradient shareholders, ROI. And our recommendation is how we can meet these are integrating skills of Empire and Gradient to cut costs and increase sales. Now, before we get to the meat and potatoes, I'll just go over what we're going to be talking about today. Today we will be talking about summary, followed by our analysis, evaluation, implementation, recommendation, and then we will conclude. So, background.
So here is the background of our company. Our mission is to produce the best tasting, high quality, and the most accessible beer to the public. And we focus on the Canadian ingredients for the Canadian viewers. And we have the two main divisions. One is flagship and one is craft. The flagship focus on Gradient Mixer is the best-selling retail product. These are the best-selling products of our company. And the craft division is innovative. And it's like for the high-end liquor stores. And we provide these are provided in the 3 tap rooms, which are in Alberta, Saskatchewan, as well as Whistler in BC. So here is a SWOT analysis of our company. So the strengths are, the products are high quality and with accessible price beers. So any in the public can access our beers. And one of our product has ranked top 5 in the sales all over the Canada, which is a pretty good strength for our company. And we have also partnered with the SJHL, which is a Saskatchewan Junior League for sports events. And the weakness of our company is increased level of spoilage. We have set up manufacturing units, so which led to deterioration of our machinery.
So basically the strength of our company is the corporate image that we have. We are a Canadian company that is making Canadian beer with the Canadian ingredients we have. The quality is very good and the prices are very reasonable. We have two types of products here. One is the flagship, that's more like a consumer beer with more reach. But the craft division in our company is mostly innovative, and it is not a consumer brand. It is mostly distributed in tap rooms or through very high-end liquor stores. The strength of the company is that because it's a Canadian beer, we are highly recognizable by everyone, and the weakness is that the wastage is a lot because there are some factories in certain areas because of the geographical location, there is problems with machinery that is causing more wastage while we're making the end product. And at the same time, another weakness that we have is the high labor cost. The labor cost is very high, so that is another thing we need to work on. Okay, and the opportunities that we have right now is that we can launch new beers. So basically we can launch new products, go into the innovative sector more. The mission of the company is that we want our beer to be more accessible, but right now the craft division, it is only distributed in tap rooms and higher-end liquor stores. So one of the opportunities that we have right now is to go forward into the craft division, make it more accessible, not only in the tap rooms, but make it more accessible to the public, because it is an innovative product and we want all our consumers to try it out. The threats that we have is the increase in competition. Because of the wastage that is going on in the factories right now, there are competitors who are giving out beers at a more reasonable price, so increase in competition. Another problem that we're having right now is regulations in marketing. Because there are higher regulations now about the marketing, especially in British Columbia and in Manitoba and in northwestern Ontario, it is getting a little difficult
to broadcast our product to the consumers.
Our implementation. So for year one, we focus on our top 3 higher segments, which is Southern Alberta, Northern Alberta, and Saskatchewan. So for Southern Alberta, the Canadian market segment for our beers is 22%. We didn't get to put our 22% there, but it is 22%. And then Northern Alberta is also 17%, followed by Saskatchewan. We believe that by focusing on our top 3 higher segments, we will increase our sales. So that's why we want to focus on these segments. We particularly want to focus on our beer types with locations. For example, Gradient Jaeger for western areas such as BC. Gradient Blonde for Manitoba, such as Manitoba and Saskatchewan, for the prairie provinces. Gradient Dark for Saskatchewan and Manitoba, so these are more bitter. And these are really good for Canadian winters. To reduce wastage, stopping production of Gradient Light, we want to do that because we believe that no one really purchases them in these areas.
So the reason that we have associated these beer types with the location is because we wanted to cut down on the distribution cost. So basically all these beers, the descriptiveness is linked with the location. For example, Gradient Blonde, this beer is very famous in very cold regions. So we have picked it up for Manitoba and Saskatchewan so that we can keep the distribution to those areas where it is more selling and where it is more popular, so that we save some money on the distribution. When it comes to Gradient Light, we already have another beer right now that is kind of having a similar taste. So we thought that when we are having machinery problem and there is spillage issues and then there is a problem with wastage, eliminating one type that is kind of similar to another product we have will be more suitable for now. So for the year one, we decided to make the craft division more accessible. The tap rooms that we have right now has very high rent and very low conversion rates. So we thought of making it more accessible by our beer festival sponsorships and the arena exclusive arrangements. So we can do events where we can, where the craft division can be promoted and the beers that are more famous can be made more accessible to the public. This would lead us to increase in sales as the figures given. From the exclusivity rights, it's 50 million in the next 10 years. That's the revenue that we'll be generating from it. It's a 15 million cost to get exclusivity rights for an arena, and after cutting down the cost, the revenue that we'll get is the 50 million amount. Second thing that we calculated was the cutting down of cost after we have integrated with the Empire's production division. So basically after integrating with them, because they already have a very robust system, they are giving us some financial resources. Along with the financial resources, their team is going to help us cut down labor costs, as they have already done that in US. With the cutting down of cost, the total cost after integration is 40 million as given. And the estimated revenue will be 89. So that will meet the first milestone that we were supposed to meet, that we wanted to increase our revenue by 4 million. So cutting down costs would help in that.
And for our year 2 to 3, we'd like to launch 3 new beers. Roughly every type of beer takes 3 months for our research and development to make it taste good for our consumers and all that jazzy stuff. By launching 3 new beers, we would increase in sales by 8% per beer. So 8 times 3 is 24. 24%. So changing production facilities, we'd also like to change production facilities. Currently we have a cap of 7 facilities in total, ranging from Manitoba all the way to BC, and we'd like to transition for 2 facilities in Manitoba.
Okay, for the next year, we're going to add more products under the craft segment. And for the feedback, we are going to take the customer score, so that's basically our KPI. Once we have the customer score on which beers they like more, we're going to focus on their production and then convert them into a consumer product. Another KPI that we'll be using is the ROI that shareholders will be getting after the end of the 5-term period.
I actually just want to go back to our strength, weaknesses. Again, guys, we have a quality with accessible price of beers. So we have two types. We have craft and we have the specialty kinds purposely made for those with specialty tastes. And these strengths will kind of help us with our integration with Empire. And yeah.
So basically, the goal for today is that we want to take Empire's robust administration. They already have a very good team of HR, legal, and regulatory. We want to combine that with the local Canadian presence of Gradient, because Empire is already very famous in US, and it is their specialty that they take over other companies and then they go for the local presence. So Gradient already has a local presence. We just want to use the resources that Empire is providing and then integrate them together and get something out of it. That's all. We can take any questions if you have. Thank you.
We'll start the timer for 5 minutes.
Thanks, guys. Great presentation. Question from me. So, year 1, you talked about integration.
Yes.
Year 2, 3, you're going to be launching new products. And then after that, you're going to start diversifying and focusing on other things. But what I want to know is, in what year do you do the R&D for these new products?
So for the new products, the R&D will be in the second year. So the first year, we're basically going to focus on the integration and the functioning of it. Second year, when we're going to start launching our new products, the 3-month period that's needed for the research, we're going to put 3 months into that. Once we're already at the end of the research and development period, that's when we're going to start the marketing of the new product, and that's how it goes after that.
Thank you.
You touched a little bit on changes to production facilities. Can you dive a little bit deeper into that? Tell me a little bit more about what's going to change and how that's going to impact, what the outcome will be.
Okay, so basically, some of the beers that we're producing, they have ingredients like one of the beer has an ingredient wheat in it, so that's a major ingredient. So we were thinking that we could shift the production facilities to locations where it is easier to get them, so that we're cutting down on transportation costs. So basically, setting up locations for productions at places where we can cut down costs, and also it will be beneficial for the community because people will be getting jobs out there more, so we can shift to that. So we have seven facilities right now, so we were thinking the capacity is 2 facilities per year. So we were thinking to do it slowly. Per year we'll be shifting 2 facilities to another location so that we can improve the machinery and the equipment.
Can I follow up on that question?
Yeah.
What about fewer facilities and we'll just pay the transportation costs? Is that an option?
It is an option, but in the long term we thought it would be much easier if you just change the machinery, because if it is deteriorating already, the depreciation is going to increase as well, and with time it's going to just add up overhead costs. So we thought it's better if you just try to fix it long term, comparatively just giving out a short installation and just putting the transportation costs out there.
You mentioned some strategy around encouraging arenas to utilize your product and also doing it in regards to some sponsorships. Can you elaborate on that strategy a little bit more, specifically why you're targeting it, the rationale behind it?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
In regards to your encouragement of increasing arena sponsorships, just curious if you could elaborate a little bit on your rationale behind that and a little bit more on your strategy behind that.
Oh, the reason why we're kind of doing these arena sponsorships is because it gets our name known to everyone, right? Which also increases our market, or our product awareness, our brand awareness, and also increases sales. That's the reason why we want to do it. And for our strategy on how we're going to do that, we would kind of make a contract with like big arenas using Empire's resources, and yeah, we can just get these arenas, small to medium arenas, from them on their contract.
Okay. What's the payback on 50 million for those arena costs?
So the cost to get the exclusivity rights for 10 years is $15 million. So after cutting down the cost, it was 85 million, the increase in sales in the next 10 years. So for the next 10 years, it's 50 million.
Thanks.
What's the cost of stopping the Gradient light beer type, right? Because you said that you were gonna stop production in that one. And if Gradient is more brand, like there's more awareness around that brand, and you have the Empire beer that tastes the same. I just want to know a little bit more about the decision around that. Like, why did you choose Gradient's brand versus Empire's?
Oh, actually, it's not the Empire brand. We have two beers under Gradient only that kind of taste similar. So basically, that's why we thought that we should cut down the production of one, because it's almost the same and it would just help us reduce wastage, because it's the same thing, so if consumers want it, they have a very easy substitute from our company only. So they won't shift to someone else. They can just have another beer from our own company that tastes the same. That's why we decided to stop the production for that.
Okay, thank you.
That will conclude the presentation.
Oh, university doesn't spare. Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know, but I know it's true. Oh well. Well,
It'll be a $20 ticket.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Strategy Case Presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Kenzie Bergeron, Kelly Lindsay, Jamie Prefontaine, Rory Newscomber, and Shanuka Vikramasinghe. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Sunana, will hold up the timing cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I, the presentation moderator, will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned off to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. The clicker, and you're free to begin.
Hi, Maria. Hey, Nuha. Do you know that stories are everywhere? Oh, really? Please share with us. Well, yes, they're all around us. Not only are stories in libraries, but you can also find them in nature and in art. You know where else you can find stories, Maria? Where? Beer. Beer tells stories. And how, you may ask? Well, the dent in your beer can be the story from when you were celebrating with your friends a bit too enthusiastically with your cheers after your favorite sports team won. Or an empty beer can be the story of the beer you used to celebrate after you got a new job promotion. So, stories are everywhere. Are you listening? Hi, my name is Nuha. And I'm Maria. And today we are thrilled to be helping you write your story. You have the opportunity to write your own legacy and not let anyone else write it for you. How will your story unfold? Let us walk you through it.
So as Nuha said, stories truly are everywhere, and today we're here to tell you a story about you. Starting off with chapter 1, I'll begin with walking us through the problem identification. Then moving on to chapter 2 will be an in-depth analysis of your company, and then Nuha will finish off your story with the recommendation and implementation. So, with problem identification, with any story, there are plot holes, and we want to walk you through those today. Starting off with storyline. Are you currently following the trends in the industry? Is there a way that you can continue or advance ahead? What are the future trends? Second off, character clash. Is this acquisition that you're heading into, does the company mirror your values, your culture? Are they offering an economic that is valued for your business? And how is that going forward? And finally, the next chapter. After taking all this into consideration, what are your assets? What are your liabilities? What should you be doing? And what is your next step? So before doing into a deep dive in these problems, I want to start off with talking about the user strategic objectives, which are essentially the character goals. What are you, as the main characters of a story's goals? Well, you said that you want to become the icon of Canadian spirit by crafting the best tasting, highest quality, and most accessible beer made with Canadian ingredients by Canadian brewers. And I want you to remember those two words, Canadian ingredients and Canadian brewers. Second off, what do your customers want from you? Well, they want to support a business that shares their values. And finally, your employees want to work for a company that shares their culture and offers those competitive wages. So now to take a deep dive into the problems I previously identified, starting off with storyline. How can Gradient Brewing adapt to these market trends? Well, first of all, what are the current market trends? It's funny because you're actually seeing a split in the market. First, there's an era of consolidation where Moore's Inc. owns 40.1% of the market share in Canada, but there's also an era of craft breweries where the craft breweries' popularity is surging despite the overall decrease in popularity of beer. So which side do you want your story to be on? And then finally, the future. We see that there's this sustainable beer trend, which with locally produced beer and sustainably minded breweries. And I've already highlighted that you guys are the Canadian brewing company. You want those Canadian ingredients. There's also consumer activism. I mean, just lately there's been the Balenciaga controversy with the child abuse, and you can see that a whole number of people are boycotting their company. So it's really important to take into fact that consumers now are putting their money where their values are. And then finally, there's lots of new trends in the market for beer. For example, 0% beer, which has no alcohol beer, which kind of promotes inclusivity. Everyone should be able to drink, whether it's alcoholic or not. So I believe that Gradient Brewing is able to step up and align itself with these future trends of the market. Now moving on to character clash. You have been proposed to be acquired and are on the step or on the ways to being acquired, but does Empire Brewing really align with your values? Is this the story that you want to be told? So the heroes, or the pros with Empire Brewing, is that it can strengthen and grow the brewing business beyond Western Canada. It can also be the easy way out of your current growing pains that I will be focusing on later. And it will also provide you with the resources for innovative new products. However, there are villains. There's 100% of your activities being sold. You'll no longer have ownership. So yes, you may thrive, but you will not have any stake in this. It will also go against your mission of being those Canadian ingredients by Canadian brewers because Empire is not Canadian. And lastly, there is a sexual harassment scandal that was present in Empire's company, and it has been told that there's a pattern of behavior. Do you really want to associate your company, for your Canadian homegrown company, with Empire that has been associated with scandals such as sexual harassment when there is consumer activism that's a trend in this market? And to just follow on with the valuation of your business, just using the earnings before interest, tax and depreciation, the multiple is 22.59, which would put your business at a value of $415 million. And they're offering $120 million. And I'm not saying that they're lowballing you, because let's be honest, there are some pitfalls or plot holes in your business currently. But I'm showing what your business could be if you take the time to fix your plot holes yourself. You have $1.5 million in cash right now. You have PP&E or property, plant, and equipment of $135 million. And you have earnings before interest, tax, and depreciation of $18.9 million. You are standing strong. So Empire's culture does not align with your mission, and you have the resources to become worth more than them. So before I move on, I want to just draw your attention to the deal that's being offered on the table right now. I've highlighted what you could be worth, but this is what they're offering. $60 million in cash on the closing date. That's pretty good. But then they have the rest of the $60 million contingent on 3 milestones by 2024, 2026, and 2028, eventually expecting a $15 million increase in net income. Yes, they're giving you resources to go along with this, but here are the roadblocks they're currently facing: the location of production facilities and machine deterioration, labor and distribution costs, raw material prices, and competition. Will they really be able to help you get rid of all of these roadblocks in time to make it and still reach the $60 million? Currently, they're not even being able to transfer more than 2 of your facilities within 1 year time. So you're still going to be using 9 of your facilities, and your biggest problem right now is the fact that your production facilities and your machine are deteriorating at speedy rates compared to what they should be. So are you going to be able to reach these milestones and get this extra $60 million when they're not giving you the resources, the key resources you need to succeed? So roadblocks are possible to climb. Choose the right way, not the easy way. And with our recommendation, Nuha's going to detail this. So starting off with this, we have the storyline problem that I've outlined for you today. Are you following the trends of the market? Nuha, what do you recommend that they do so we do follow the trends of the market?
Well, with storyline, we're going to tackle this through empowerment, and I'll get into that a bit more right away here.
And second, character clash. I've detailed that I don't believe that your company does fit with Empire's values, not only to talk about the sexual harassment claims, but also by what your company could be versus the $60 million that they're currently offering you. Nuha, what do you propose for that?
Well, we're going to tackle the problems brought forth by character clash through enablement. And again, just wait up, I will talk more about that right away.
And lastly, the next chapter. Is the next chapter for you Empire, or is it something else? Nuha?
We'll leave the suspense, and we'll get into that right now.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you. Okay, so with no further ado, introducing Write. Write is an actionable plan to help you write your own story, not let anyone else write it for you, and do what's right. And as you'll see, it pays to do the right thing all the time. And so now with this new actionable plan, our recommendation that we're bringing forth for you to continue with your purposeful mission and have longevity and you can be team profit and team ethics at the same time. So why are we doing this? You have the opportunity to go beyond performative activism. Many corporations now have the reputation that maybe they'll change their logo for Pride Month, but what are they doing beyond that? There's a lot of performative activism going on. You have the opportunity to actually take real impactful action and carry out your activism beyond just what you stand for, but also with what you're implementing. Additionally, you're doing really well financially now as is. And yes, it's attractive, this big corporation with all these networks, but it is not worth their bad values because it's going to take over and infect the good values that you've worked so hard to grow and foster and build on throughout the existence of your company. And because you're doing this, it's also enticing for investors. So we're seeing a growth in venture capitalists that are focused on purposeful and impactful businesses that have a proper cause. Also, Write will help you build a strong and lasting legacy that uplifts your founding values. So again, staying true to what you are from the start and carrying forth with that. It would really be a shame if you let someone take all the work that you did and smear over it with their lack of values. And so Write, you can see the E in Write is a 3. Why? Because we have 3 E's. Those 3 E's in this actionable plan that we have for you are empower, enable, and engage, which again tackle the 3 main issues that Maria brought forth earlier. Now, how are we going to empower? It'll be through activism, which I'll go into more detail about very soon. How are we going to enable? Through innovation. And how are we going to engage? Through presence. So again, our recommendation is Write, which has the 3 E's, empower, enable, and engage. And we are confident that this will help set you up for a great future. And you'll be able to write your own story with this. So starting out with empower, and this is empowerment through activism again. The 2 parts to empowerment are purposeful campaigns and impactful alliances. Now, what do we mean by this? Well, through purposeful campaigns, we propose that 1% of all your sales go towards important causes. This will help you grow your corporate social responsibility and also differentiate you from your competitors. Because so many competitors, they're just sending out their beers, but what else are they doing, you know? So also, there can be organization-specific stamps that go on the bottom of every can. So when you partner with an organization and their purposeful cause, you can put a stamp on the bottom of the can. That way it's easy and it doesn't change your production process much and it's not costly. And also it adds something for the consumer. When they're looking to go buy your beers, it's almost like a fortune cookie. You're always excited to crack it open and see what's inside, or a Jones can when you open it and you see what the little quote is on there. Consumers will look forward to checking the can because different batches will be associated with different organizations. An example of this can be sexual assault awareness. You can partner with an organization in Saskatchewan that helps tackle sexual assault awareness, and then of course then it benefits them because you're helping create an impact, and it also benefits you because now you have more of a purpose and it differentiates you from your competitors. Impactful alliances, again partnering with various charitable organizations, and partners rotate for different batches, so then you can expand the good that you're doing too, and you can access their network, and it'll be a symbiotic relationship where you're both able to uplift each other. Now, the second part of our recommendation, which is right, is enable, and this is enablement through innovation. So not only are we going to pitch you some innovative product lines, but also innovative financing. And so going into more depth now, innovative product lines. So we think that you should introduce a 0% alcohol-free beer because this taps into a new market. There are so many people that for various reasons, alcohol just isn't for them, and that's perfectly fine. And we want that, since you're already working towards this image that uplifts everyone, we want you to be more inclusive, and we think that this line will help you achieve that. And then you're also furthering your equity, diversity, and inclusion efforts that way as well with this new line. And it gives your customers more choices. And there's so much power that comes with choice, and we think that you should really look to capitalize on that. Now with innovative financing, so you really want to make sure that you're seeking out investors whose values align with yours. You grew so quickly starting out, and you want to continue that make sure that you're continuing to grow. And you don't need this big corporation that completely lost sight of its values to help you do that. There are so many investors that are willing to go and partner with you, especially if you have such a unique differentiating mission, such as what we're proposing. A great example of this is Good and Well, which is a venture capital firm that is based in Toronto, and it's an impact-based venture capital firm. They have so many resources, and they're able to help so many companies, and they're not just going to give you this equity financing, they're also value-added investors. And a company such as Gradient, if you take on this extra added site of corporate social responsibility, they would jump on an opportunity like this. So this is just one example of a venture capital firm that you could look to partner with. Now getting to the third and final part of our right recommendation, and we'll get into how to implement it right away, and this is engagement through messaging. So we want to make sure that you're communicating effectively and that you're involved in the community, and also through strategic restructuring so that where you're based and where you're producing your lines, you can make sure that you're engaged in those communities as well, and you just build on your strengths. So again, with engagement, this is communication and involvement, and you're going to have to communicate to your employees and your shareholders that the deal is not going through. The employees will be pleased to hear that because they're probably a bit concerned now because there's uncertainty when it comes to their jobs, and now since you're staying true to what you've always done, they'll be pleased that there's growth opportunities with their current jobs as well. And you're going to make sure that you're explaining the reasoning and the purpose. So because you're not only team profit, you're also team ethics and team doing what's right now. You do not have to choose. Because you're in good financial standing and you're doing well now, you have the opportunity to do this. And again, as we've been saying, write your own story. And again, employees will feel very valued that you chose to say no to a company that did something wrong, and they'll feel so supported, and they'll be more passionate in their work. Through strategic restructuring, we propose that you close two factories in Manitoba because we think there's better margins if you bring them closer to Saskatchewan or Alberta, since that's already where you're doing so great. And then that way we'll open up more jobs there. And when you're ready to expand into Manitoba or BC or Ontario, that's when you can look to open more facilities there. But right now, you do need to shake things up a bit, and you do need to do some restructuring, and that's okay. And then looking to strategically improve your equipment and update them in your remaining facilities. So this will come with the help of your new investors that are value added and financially added as well. And then we propose that you close your tap rooms and partner with local bars and hotels because, again, right now they have negative cash flow. And we think that there's strength in these partnerships and these alliances. And again, you're uplifting each other and you're really getting a stronghold in your local communities, which again is so true to your founding values. And now taking you through a bit of an implementation plan for this. So we have a plan announcement. So you'll announce this to your shareholders and your employees so that they're aware of what's going on. And there's going to be all these different questions. So you want to make sure that you're introducing a feedback loop as well, where you're hearing what they have to say and just streamlining that process. And also this can help in terms of your branding because you already made the announcement and told everyone that you're going that way, and then you're going to have to tell them that you're choosing to do what's right. Another good thing is the employee cause pitch program, which you can help employees, let them pitch causes for you to take on with your beers. Now I'll pass it back to Maria to take you through a financial analysis.
Thank you. So as we said, there's stories everywhere and numbers also tell stories. So what do your numbers tell me? Well, if you do choose to follow through with this recommendation, we believe that you should be incurring operating expenses, and it is quite a hefty sum, about $50 million over the next 5 years. That's just because we're proposing that you close 2 facilities, open 2 new ones, and upgrade your equipment, but this is ensuring you for long-term success. Afterwards, we just expect your operating expenses to decrease 5% after year 1, just after closing those 2 facilities and opening new upgraded facilities. And we also expect a revenue increase of 5% in year 1 just because of all the new marketing campaigns that New has pitched, and then afterwards a 1% increase just from those sustained customers that you have in fact gotten. And you can see that with this plan, the payback period is only 2 years just because you are making very, very high profits now, but this ensures that you will obtain the operating efficiency and the operating expenses you need to continue to have sustainable growth in the future as well. And for risks and mitigations, the board reaction obviously is one. It is a likely occurrence, but not so severe because they have already expressed worry about the current plan. And then employee confusion is also one, but Nuha has detailed how we would sit them down, discuss them, and tell them this is actually in good consideration for their jobs. So in conclusion, beers do tell stories, and there are stories everywhere. And now you have the opportunity to rewrite your ending, one that is legendary, filled with passion and purpose. And with our recommendation, we are confident
that it will work.
We'll start your timer for 5 minutes.
I'll start. I've got a question. Timeline. 0% beer. I'm with you. I mean, we've got to follow the market trends, and even now they're coming out with, the medical society is now saying 2 drinks a week. I mean, these things will change, but my question is, why year 3? That's a lifetime away.
Yeah, so that's a really great question. Our idea with this is because, again, you're taking such big shifts, and we want to make sure that you focus on finishing what you need to get done first, which is the communication plan, and making sure you're doing your due diligence and your research and development, because what happened previously? We want to learn from our previous chapters, the previous stories. You grew a bit too quickly, and then you had some beers go and spoil because you grew too fast for what you were ready for. So we said year 3 because we want to make sure that you're doing your research, you're making sure that you're picking proper production facilities and creating a good team for this, and you're prepared for the launch, and you're not jumping ahead of the gun. So when it launches strongly, and it's able to generate that revenue for you and grab onto that new market.
Good job, ladies. Let's do a quick scenario. So I'm the CEO. I now have to present your solution to my shareholders and my board. They know there's a $120 million deal on the table that I'm now going to say no to because of your recommendation. You're proposing, with all of your efficiencies, around a 33% increase over the next 3 years. That's still not going to get me to the valuation of $120 million. So what is it in a few sentences that I'm going to sell to my shareholders and my board because of this decision?
It's not 120 million, it's 60 million. It will be 400 million if you can implement these changes. Thank you.
Thanks, ladies.
You know, there is that clause, you've got to make those milestones.
So, you know, we know our founders really well, Samantha and Addison, and they are, you know, relieved that this transaction's happening. Is there a risk that they're going to walk away as the heart of the company?
That's another great question. So as the heart of the company, of course, they've been with it for many years, and they know it well. So if they're relieved with this big deal and then they're just letting their work go, that means they weren't passionate about it. And did you want your leaders to be furthering the company if they've burnt out of it a bit? So maybe it's time for some leadership changes, but also with this plan that we've introduced, it's something different. It gives them the opportunity to change up the daily tasks that they've been doing a bit because there's this new project and a new era for Gradient. So hopefully if they're just after the money, then maybe their values weren't aligned. And it gives you another great opportunity again to do what's right and hopefully grow their passion with it. And if not, then there's so many other people whose hearts are in the right place that would jump at a leadership opportunity and hopefully bring some new change because they'll be enthusiastic to start something new.
You noted a really large clash in regards to kind of reputational differences between each of the companies. I was just wondering if you could summarize in a little bit more detail on how you came to that kind of conclusion in regards to the two. It's really hard to measure reputation, so just trying to understand exactly how you measured that risk, and then also a little bit into how you're measuring the opportunity of being more impact-based, what opportunities are available for being more of a socially, environmentally conscious brand, and maybe what the other competitors are looking at.
Thank you. Yeah, so obviously Empire is a huge conglomerate that spans nations, and currently you're focused in Western Canada. So already you get to make an impact in the community that they will not be able to reach. And then of course there is a sexual harassment scandal that's on top of that, and they said it was a repeated pattern of behavior. So obviously they're not tackling this within their company, and you do not want to be associated with any company these days that is not following the consumer activism trend that we are seeing prominent in the market. So there's that. And by staying alone in this market and by staying independent, you're able to put your money and profits, as Nuha said, to what counts. So you're able to actually donate to the sexual harassment that's occurring in the company that you're perhaps going to be acquiring with if you continue. Or you're able to reach out to, for example, out Saskatoon and make the difference in the cities that you're currently selling to. Thank you.
There's a story, it's good to have fans. back. Sorry about that.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Strategy Case Presentation. Before starting today, the JDC West Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Kenzie Bergeron, Kelly Lindsay, Jamie Prefontaine, Rory Nussbaumer, and Shakuna Wickramasinghe.
Shanuka.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Shanuka Wickramasinghe. My name is Emily, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Sunana, will hold up time cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand. I, the presentation moderator, will call on them to ask their question. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Is the clicker? You may begin when you're ready.
Who doesn't love beer? It's cool, it's refreshing, and you can enjoy it any time of the year. And in many different flavors as well. You can have it fruity, hazy, ale, IPA. There's many different kinds. There's many different kinds of beer to enjoy. And it's for everyone. Well, not for everyone, as long as you're of age. And Gradient is one of those large, big beer companies, breweries, that produce many different kinds and are well known within many bars, restaurants, and even in your local liquor store. Gradient aims to place their product in front of every customer as the beer of choice. And to do that, they plan to work with Empire. And today, my colleague Arsalan and I, Hitesh Tejwani, are here to present to you a way in order for Gradient to position themselves as a top-tier brewery company within Canada through the help of Empire. And we are at consulting. As for our executive summary, the task is to convince Gradient's board of directors that this decision, working with Empire, is a sustainable and a viable decision. However, they do require the shareholders do require a form of assurance that the plan presented would be profitable and profitable and feasible. And the solution is to formulate a 5-year strategic plan revolving around formulating or researching new beer flavors that can target consumers and retain their interest within the company's products. As for the KPI, in order to understand whether the solution is a viable solution and whether the solution is working, the KPI is to see a 25% increase in net revenue by 2026. Starting with the internal analysis, we have our strengths. First and foremost, Gradient has a long product line. They have multiple products that they offer to different kinds of customers. It's mainly differentiated into 2 forms. One is the craft, one is the flagship, which is targeted mainly to the general beer consumer, while the craft beers are targeted towards those consumers that are more discerning, that prefer the unique taste and enjoy the experience that comes with drinking such beers. And this allows them to target multiple different kinds of consumer bases and expand their influence within multiple consumer bases. As for networking, as another strength, Gradient is working with multiple
multiple forms of marketing, multiple groups of people outside of their company that allows them to form different networking opportunities, such as the local Saskatchewan sports team that allows that Gradient is sponsoring, and allows them to showcase their beer as the primary sponsor throughout these events. They also have exclusive rights in certain arenas that allow them to sponsor and provide these beers to certain consumers, and allows them to create these networking events, networking environments that allow them to connect with their consumers better. As for the weakness, their taproom appeal. So Gradient does have a taproom, which is a location that allows them to access their consumers in a on-site location. And within this location, they provide mainly craft beers that target these discerning customers. However, there have been a decline in the appeal for these tap rooms, as not a lot of consumers are spending the amount of, are mainly spending small amounts of money in order to purchase the beer, and they spend a certain specified amount of time, which in the end leads to Gradient breaking even throughout this revenue stream. And finally, the facility location and the machinery usage. Due to the fact that there has been a large demand for their product, Gradient has rushed with the decision in order to come up with the location for their facilities and their machineries, which has then led to inefficiencies within that certain area, and the amount of usage for these machineries has been over the limit and led to an increase in the wear and tear. So the key takeaway is that Gradient has a large network that allows them to easily communicate and connect with their customers, and allow them to market their product in a much more efficient manner. As for the external analysis, there are multiple public events, as I mentioned earlier. There have been these arenas, these sports events that allow Gradient to market their product in a much easier fashion. And as for the threats, there has been a recent sexual misconduct trial which has affected Gradient's, sexual misconduct trial that has been done from Empire because of their vice president. However, there is a possible way to mitigate this risk, and this will be talked more in the risk and mitigation section. As another threat, there has been a change in consumer taste. It has been proven that drinking the same flavor, the same beer for multiple amounts of time, at some point certain customers will get tired. And there has been a change in these consumer tastes, as there is a new demographic, and they prefer, some of these newer demographics may prefer fruity flavors or lightness, or the amount of calories that are inside within certain beers. So the key takeaway is that the constant change in consumer taste leads to the increased interest in new beer flavors, as they are constantly looking for something new, something adventurous, something new to try. As for the consumer analysis, there are two main consumer groups. The first is the discerning consumers, which are generally in the older age range, as they prefer to enjoy the experience that comes with the beer flavors and the environment that it creates. They prefer the unique taste. As for the craft beers, these unique beers are only offered at a limited time and are changed throughout within certain seasons. And this creates that unique taste that you can only achieve within that certain amount of time. This is what these consumers are looking for. And these consumers are generally wealthy individuals that are willing to offer or pay for the premium price for these craft beers. As for the general beer consumer, these are at the younger age range. Mostly at the younger age range. This is through from colleges or universities or parties, and they prefer fruity and lighter tastes, as it is generally easier to consume for these younger generations. And they are looking for more affordable options, such as a 6-in-1 pack or discounts, or beers that are generally more affordable for people that do not necessarily earn as much as the discerning consumers. And the key takeaway is that there are two main consumer types that comprise these different tastes in beer. You can categorize these different tastes. One is unique, the other one is fruity. We have decided that there are two alternatives in order to approach how Gradient can convince their shareholders that working with Empire and completing their milestones allows them to show that it is a profitable strategy. The first alternative is to focus on producing new flagship beers. By flagship beers, these will be targeted directly to the general consumer. And the second alternative is to focus on producing new craft beers, which is targeted towards the discerning consumer. There will be 4 decision criteria when analyzing these alternatives. The first is the cost on developing these new flagship beers or the craft beers, the time it takes to research and develop these new beers, the profitability, the amount of money or the amount of revenue this certain revenue stream can generate when a new product or a new flavor is added into their product line, and the feasibility of the research and development and how easy it is in order to implement this strategy. The first alternative is to focus on producing these new flagship beers. By producing new flagship beers, new flavors, these new fruity, light, different types of flavors, this will allow us to target these younger generation audiences. It is costly at a certain point. It costs $2 million in order to conduct the research and development. However, it does generate a revenue stream of $4 million within the year, hence the profitability, and it is easily feasible as Gradient has the manpower and the resources in order to conduct the research. However, it does take time and would require significant research in order to gain these new flavors. The second alternative is to produce the craft beers. Similarly, with the first alternative, it does cost a certain amount of time in order to produce and research, and the amount of profitability it may generate compared to the flagship beer may be less, as it has lower profit margins. As for the cost, it does cost a certain amount of money. It does cost the same amount, which is $2 million in order to research and develop, and it is easily feasible as compared to improving certain areas of the business or adding a new location. I will now pass it on to my colleague, Arsalan.
Thank you. So before getting to our recommendation, I would like to review what we are supposed to achieve in order to complete the deal we have with Empire. So we are now, we have 3 milestones. The first milestone is either to generate $4 million in total revenue annually, or $1 million. So by having, implementing this solution, which is producing new flagship beers, we are able to generate that $4 million for the first year until 2024. So that's the first milestone we can achieve with this. By producing the new flavors, the beer flavor, that means each year we can have 8% increase in our total sales. Key processes is research and development and market research for customers' flavor profile, which will take us around 3 months to do all that. And the resources we need is production facilities, which we already do, and with the help of Empire we can do that more efficiently. And we need raw materials and ingredients, which again, with the help of Empire, we are able to provide a better material and ingredients for our products. For our timeline, we think the best solution to go on and have the best return of investment and the least cost is to, each year we need to produce a new flavor of beer. So starting 2023, we start the first R&D and research, the first R&D and marketing for the first new beer, flagship beer product. That will take us the first quarter of the year 2023. And when we launch the product, we we know that it's going to be an 8% increase in our total revenue. which means $4.7 million increase in our total revenue that year. Until 2024, so starting 2024, because we've reached the first milestone, generating $4.7 million in annual revenue, we can do the same thing. We start the R&D for the second flavor. It will again generate $4.7 million, so it's a consistent $4.7 million through the year until 2028, and we aim to produce new flavors for year 2026 and 2028 to be able to achieve the milestones that Empire has set for us. So by implementing this, we know that by 2026 we will have 3 new products in line, so in the market, and in 2026 we will again produce a new product. And until 2028, we know we have 6 new flavors in the market, which is the 3rd milestone. Now we have generated 5 new beer flavors, and we have introduced those products to the market. So, as I said, the $4.7 million is going to be consistent because each year it's 8% of our total revenue. By having that money, okay, the first question is how are we supposed to get that money from? So we have $50 million in credit that we can use, and we think by getting $4 million each, we can get $4 million each year from that credit. And at the end of the year, we need to pay that with a 7% interest, which is going to be $4,280,000. So our profit from that is going to be $500,000, which, because it's not our main focus for the company, we think is going to be okay and be profitable. Because we are launching new products, we predict that our brand image is going to be seem more maybe bigger from the eyes of our consumers, because now we have more products, it's better, and with the help of Empire we have been able to achieve more. And of course our board of directors are happy now because we're achieving the goals, so we gave them the first $6 million upfront is being paid to them, and we haven't used that in any kind. And now by achieving these milestones, we are assuring them that we can achieve what Empire wanted from us. And giving them, at the end of the 5 years, we can guarantee them the other $60 million is going to be paid in 3 settlements. So for risk and mitigation, I would like to ask my partner to continue.
As for the risk and mitigation, we identified 2 major risks that do need to be addressed at a certain amount of time and a certain period. The first is this the sexual assault scandal, which may affect Gradient's brand image. However, the sexual assault scandal is being dealt with currently and is being contained within Empire itself. In order to make sure that Gradient's image is not affected by the certain scandal, one way to mitigate this risk is to work closely with the internal team. When I meant by internal team, it's Empire's internal team to make sure that the allegation is being addressed properly, and work closely with labor unions to make sure that this certain event or incident does not happen within the company on Gradient itself. Another way to mitigate this risk is also to foster open communication and to make sure that the current work environment within Gradient is beneficial or fostering a positive work environment. The second risk is that shareholders may not want to work with Empire at a certain amount of time, as they do have that final decision the final decision whether they do want to work with Empire. If they deem that working with Empire may prove to be difficult or not as sustainable as they deem, then one way to mitigate this risk is to focus on improving operations to keep up with the current demand. By improving operations such as improving the facilities that are currently being used in order to produce these beers, and in order to efficiently improve the operations and the production of these beers to reduce certain areas of costs, and yeah. Finally, these are our sources.
So to summarize everything, our recommendation was to produce one new product, beer product, flagship beer product each year, for two reasons. It's more cost efficient compared to other alternatives that we have, and it's more doable for our company with the resources that we have. So by producing new beer products each year, we are able to achieve the milestones that are set for us. We're able to generate profit each year, although it's not much, but it's still helping us. And in terms of any risk, because we are taking $4 million each year from the credit that we have, we think because we need just $2 million to produce the new beer. And with the other $2.7 million, we think we can lower the risks of any failure in the production line. Thanks.
We'll start the timer for 5 minutes.
I'll start. So one new product per year is essentially what you're saying?
So per year, it would be to generate or to develop a new flavor that would appeal to the younger generation. Yes.
Of course. So what's whenever you introduce a new product, there's a lot of marketing that comes with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the marketing plan? Is it going to be the same across each product release, or are you going to have different marketing plans for each new flavor, or how is that going to work?
So we are counting on Empire's help and using their marketing team to help our marketing team to market our products. For that, I think we will, depending on the products that we're releasing each year, we will have different marketing strategies, because some beers are more crisp, more fresh, more designed for the beach vibe kind of stuff. So the marketing for each product is going to be different in terms of how it's going to be marketed.
Okay. So the $2 million that you said that it cost, like the investment into each flavor, does not include a marketing budget. It's just the operation.
It's just the production budget, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to leave one question, just spin off of it. So your strategy, you're hitting with the 3 milestones is the SKUs. You guys are going to be the new product launches. That's where we're going with this. So what is your thoughts then? We're increasing SKUs by 5, maybe even more. What do you think now? We've got larger SKU items. Do you want to still stay in that position of lots of SKUs, or eventually be rotating SKUs out as they're selling?
We believe that by rotating the SKUs and rotating the amount of products that we are providing, it would create a new appeal towards the younger generation. So that there are constantly new flavors that are being rotated in and out, and that would hopefully still retain that customer interest within our product.
Right now there's 5 SKUs on the flagship side.
Mm-hmm.
Are these SKUs going to be flagship, craft, or a mixture of both?
Just going to be flagships, because the crafts are seasonal, so they're just going to rotate them. We need to have the rotation automatically each year, right? So, and the profit margin on having the craft new year isn't as much as having the flagship. So I think that having introducing a new flagship would be more efficient to achieve the goal.
Thanks, gentlemen.
So you're talking about bringing some new products to market. We've heard from management that there's some production issues and challenges with several facilities. How might, adding these new products impact that?
Thank you for your question. It may be impacted in terms of lesser efficiencies when creating or generating, when fulfilling current orders. However, we would also be working closely with Empire and have access to their resources as well. And at a certain point in time, it would be possible to negotiate by spreading out the production with Empire's resources as well, Empire's production facilities.
And because we are getting $4 million out of the credit that we have each year and paying it afterwards, we have $2.7 million on hand. So if any failure in our production line, we see any failure in our production line, we hope that we can cover the damage with that $2.7 million.
You mentioned that Empire, this acquisition, will be able to probably greatly help you out with lowering the cost of some of your more main raw materials. Do you want to just comment further on that? Which materials you're thinking will have higher efficiency from this acquisition?
Thank you for your question. Yes, the certain materials would be the raw ingredients that are being used in order to create the beer, and possibly newer ingredients that are made to use these newer flavors, such as oranges or other fruity or tangy flavors, tangy fruits.
That's all the time we have.
We should be asking all these consultants if they would tie their payment to a 3-year plan to match the milestones. If they agree.
You want to deliberate? Yes, I think so.
hit that, and that's going to allow the audio to come through into the recording.
Okay.
When the presentation is over and the judges want to have their delegations between themselves, you mute it again.
Okay.
Okay? So it's that simple. You don't touch the board whatsoever. There's no reason to. And that recording is going, so we're good to go. So we're going to turn this back on mute. And
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to JDC West Business Strategy Presentation. Before starting today, the JDCW Organization Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Kenzie Bergeron, Kelly Lindsay, Jamie Prefontaine, Rory Neubaumer, and Shanuka Delia. My name is William Eichhorst, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a total of 20 minutes maximum to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper is located in the front here, and she will hold up signs for you indicating how much time is left. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted out to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned to silent and that there is no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout the competition. Competitors, you're free to start the presentation.
William Arthur Ward once said, "The pessimist complains about the wind. The optimist expects it to change, but it is the realist who adjusts its sails." In the face of adversity, your organization has been able to successfully adjust its sails and pivot through the successful securement of an offer of acquisition by Empire, which has opened the door to a new landscape of opportunities and resources. But in order to capitalize on these opportunities, you're going to have to come up with a comprehensive plan on how you're going to recover and scale your business in order to successfully persuade your shareholders to go forward with the acquisition. Good afternoon, my name is Celia, and today I'm joined by my colleagues Amber and Liz on behalf of Meraki Consulting, and we're excited to present to you our Brewing for Launch strategy, which is going to help you triumph through perseverance and also hit those acquisition targets. Without further ado, let's dive into our situational analysis.
Now, your biggest concern as an organization today is actually driving revenue and reducing costs. But let's truly understand why through situational analysis. We see that you were recently acquired by an organization, Empire. Now, you each have similar but also different goals. Gradient, you have a goal to increase your revenues as well as to expand your market share generally. And Empire has a goal to increase revenues, but specifically expand market share in Canada. Now, it's also important to know that during this acquisition, Gradient has seen a significant amount of resistance from your board. Now, this has placed quite a few amount of restraints on us throughout our presentation today. We see that we must reach each of the 3 targets listed on the top right. Now, before we begin, I'd also like to acknowledge that your board has expressed concern over sexual harassment complaints coming from somebody on the Empire board. Now, we will be addressing this later on in the presentation, but we see that the concerns of revenue and costs are significantly greater, and thus that is the focus of today. The key takeaway from this is that Gradient must leverage Empire's existing competencies and leverage those to grow as an organization, raising revenues and lowering costs.
This takes us to our objective today, which is to help build a timeline to align Gradient and Empire's core competencies and synergies in order to increase Gradient's net income of over 100% by the 5-year plan. With this, we identified 3 key questions. This first one being is how can Gradient optimize their production outputs? The key issue we found here is that there's currently a lack of demand forecasting, which is causing you to not accurately predict the output that you need. The second question is how can Gradient differentiate themselves to increase sales? In a market like Canada, there are many different types of alcoholic beverages, and here the key issue was that you have a lack of economies of scale, and with this, you're not able to keep up with your competitors. The next question is, how can you accelerate the growth of your business to reach the milestone targets? Ultimately, the issue here is that you need to increase sales, and what's preventing you is this differentiation factor. In turn, we have our recommendation today, the Brewing for Success recommendation. This is mix, sip, and serve. For mix, our recommendation is the introduction of a new supply chain SAP demand forecasting, and this is going to help you mix the perfect optimal production to serve the new demands. Next, we have sip, and this is going to be introducing new gradient coolers, and this is going to be a new market that we have found potential, and your company is perfectly positioned to take advantage of. Lastly, we have serve, and this is going to be expanding to the rest of Canada and serving them, and this is how you're going to gain your new market share. In turn, this will yield a net present value of over $66 million in 5 years. I'll now pass it back to Liz to walk through our analysis today.
So diving into analysis, we wanted to first take a look at your costs. And so let's jump into the key takeaway though. We see that reactivity to surges in demand is your primary issue to address. But let's take a deeper look at it. We analyzed each of your primary cost drivers. And on our left, we see that these are labor costs, the cost of having a suboptimal location that you currently have, the cost of machine deterioration due to poor R&D and upkeep of your existing equipment, and finally, the poor reactivity to surges in demand that your organization faces. Now, when we take a look at the percentage of costs and then compare them to industry averages, we actually see, starting from the top moving down, that labor costs are significantly higher than the industry standard. But it is very important to note that your organization prides itself on providing living wages for all of your employees. And so due to this constraint, we see that this high labor cost is justified by this competency. Now, secondly, with suboptimal location, this is actually due to the demand forecasting issues. The true cause of having this cost driver of the suboptimal location is actually having to increase methodologies in order to transport your goods. Now, secondly, for machine deterioration, we actually see that the root is also due to the reactivity in surges, due to poor due diligence on your equipment and poor upkeep to keep up with these surges in demand. And so the root cause of all of this is a poor reactivity to your surges. And so by addressing this reactivity to surges in demand, not only are you going to decrease this 15% cost due to reactivity of surges, but you're also going to decrease all of the related costs above other than your labor costs. Now, the key takeaway is that in order to best optimize and improve your margins, you must invest in demand forecasting capabilities. Now, let's dive into our second key question. How can you differentiate yourself in order to increase sales? Now, the key takeaway from this slide is that you must focus more on either your flagship products or alternatives to your flagship products. And to this, we first assessed what products you offer, then we addressed the competitive landscape in which you operate, and then finally some consumer trends to align. Now, when we take a look at the products offered, we see that craft beer is your primary product and actually makes up 70% of your revenue. Now, the other 30% is allocated to your flagship beer. This is non-craft beer. This is beer that you can produce and continue producing on a mass basis. Now, when it comes to competitors, we actually see that there are 1,000 different countries across Canada that produce craft beer. And if you've noticed, they're continuously popping up every day, seemingly around every corner. Now, we also see that because of consumer overwhelmed and oversaturation of the market, there's actually been a decrease in the demand for craft beer. Particularly taking a look at the stats in the top right, we see that total beer volume or sales, but particularly craft dollar sales are down 5.9%. Now, considering this makes up 70% of your entire revenue mix, this is quite concerning, which leads us to our key takeaway. In order to maintain long-term growth potential, you must pursue product expansion. Now, we have assessed some alternatives, and Celia is going to be diving deeper into these alternatives during the recommendations section. Now, diving into our third key question, how can you accelerate the growth of your customer base in order to reach the desired milestones? The key takeaway of this slide is in order to become a Canadian leader, you must expand beyond your current portion of the market. Now, with this, we understand that there are two ways for you to increase your market share in the Canadian market. You can A, focus on the current markets that you are in and increase the capacity in which you operate in these, or B, you could expand to the rest of Canada. Now we see across Western Canada, this market is highly saturated, actually making up for 80% of the total craft and non-craft beer consumption across Canada. I apologize, actually making up for 80% of those 1,000 craft beer companies across Canada. Now, we also see, due to this high market saturation, we also see that you have an existing establishment in this market, and you've captured quite a large market share of this market. When we see expanding to the rest of Canada, we understand that previously you did not have the capabilities or capacity to facilitate this expansion, but due to your acquisition, you have the resources and you are able to facilitate this expansion with the new financial backing. We also see that the East Coast has some of the highest alcohol consumption by location per province, and we also see that it has the highest growth rate in consumption, which finally takes us to our key takeaway. In order to become a Canadian market leader and reach your growth milestone, you must expand into Eastern Canada. Now let's dive into what that really looks like in recommendation.
Diving into our recommendations, brewing for launch, our first recommendation is MIX, which is to implement SAP Integrated Business Planning for supply chain. Now let's first understand what this software solution is. It's a supply chain management solution with key capabilities in demand forecasting, and this can be sorted across geographies and products so you can identify in which geographies what products are surging in demand so you can make sure that you meet those demands. Who in your organization will be using this tool? It'll be primarily production managers, business analysts, marketing researchers, and financial analysts. And it also includes an intuitive board that you can see in this slide right here. Now we want to break this down into what the key capabilities are of the software and what the key insights and impacts are for your business if you implement this software. The first key capability is that you can analyze historical and market data to make these predictions with our AI algorithm. Secondly, it is easily integrated with existing systems that you have, for example, your ERP, CRM, and inventory management systems, which is a key capability of SAP's enterprise application software. And lastly, it's easily scalable across your many locations in Canada, so all your employees can be aligned on the same insights. The key insights that your users can gain from the software are, firstly, how much demand is increasing across products and geographies. Secondly, how much demand can be met by your production capabilities, since there needs to be a balance between demand and also your production capabilities. And lastly, where to produce the best products in order to quickly meet demand and reduce spoilage, which is currently an issue with your organization, which is driving up costs. The impact of this solution is that firstly, you'll be able to select the optimal locations for your production facilities to minimize issues of selecting suboptimal facility locations. Secondly, you can improve your planning, which decreases time pressure to launch new facilities, which is what we saw was the issue that was leading to poor quality inspection, leading to the deterioration of your machines faster than average. And lastly, you can maximize your sales volume by tapping into and meeting the highest growth markets across Canada. Our second recommendation is to SIP. So we discussed that there's a lot of opportunities to differentiate yourself and compete better in the Canadian market, and there's several different avenues that you can explore. There are coolers, there are beers, and there are wines. These are the three alternatives that we assessed. The reason why we don't recommend going into wine is this is a completely different production production process, which is completely out of your core competencies, so it's simply not feasible with the timeline we have. And the reason why we don't recommend continuing with beer is because, as we saw from our analysis, this market is slowing down, but what we can see is coolers are the new opportunity. Growing at 10% per year compared to the 0.6% growth rate of beer, this is your next best opportunity. The product we recommend you launching is launching a new line of coolers in existing markets across Western and Central Canada, which contains 5% of beer in 3 flavors that we recommend being citrusy or fruity, aligning with what the trends we are seeing are. And this is similar to a Radler that you may be familiar with on your product shelves. In terms of packaging and pricing for these products, as per status quo for most products, we recommend pricing each individual cooler at $3.05 and also offering a bundle which will help your customers save a little bit of money for $12. And who are we trying to target? We recommend targeting those who are ages between 19 to 35 because this is the largest group of consumers who are interested in beer, but also coolers. And specifically, some of their lifestyle and values are that they enjoy going out to drink, and they do like beer, but they're concerned about the high calories, and they want to try something new. In terms of how we're going to be rolling this out in the implementation, this is where your acquisition with Empire is going to really help you. Because Empire is one of the leading beer companies across the world, and they also have a bunch of other types of brands, coolers and other types of alcohol. They have these production facilities that you can leverage, and also the brand awareness and the channels to do so. Our third recommendation is to serve, which is to leverage business partnerships to drive brand awareness and penetration to the rest of Canada, particularly expanding to the east. So some other alternatives that we explored are expanding by e-commerce, expanding by retail, or expanding through restaurants. But the reason why we didn't go forward with retail or e-commerce is because there are very high margin distribution channels, and also for e-commerce, the distribution laws make it quite difficult. So that's why we didn't go with that, since margins are an issue for you. And the reason why that we didn't go forward with restaurants is because the scale is pretty slow, but we know that your goal is to scale quickly. Highlights of this recommendation is that we recommend leveraging beer festival sponsorship and arena exclusivity arrangements, which are a core competency of Empire. It's a way that they drive most of their sales, so you should tap into this. And we recommend going for 3 festivals per year and 1 small venue, which will help you increase that brand awareness as you expand to the east and also improve your market penetration. And ultimately, the impact is that you'll be able to increase your sales by 3.5%. Now you may be wondering, how are we going to implement our recommendations?
Let's get started on how we can get started on a Brewing for Success strategy. For our first and immediate steps, we understand that shareholder concern is a great problem identification that you have. And we understand there's currently sexual misconduct allegations regarding Empire, the parent company that just acquired you. We want to highlight to your shareholders that you should highlight that this misconduct is completely independent and different from what you are as Gradient. And this is not the main decision factor of why this deal should not go forward after displaying the cost reductions as well as revenue options you'll have with the new acquisition. For our first steps of mix, sip, and serve, this will be contacting of SAP, the market research of our new flavors, as well as the first step of reaching out to our new business partners. For our first implementation timeline, I'd like to touch on the first 3 key tasks. And this includes contacting and consulting with SAP to integrate their new demand forecasting platform. The second part of this, to ensure that the consultation goes smoothly and to sign the contract and do our negotiations. For the key details of how the system integration will go, the 3 main things that we want to keep in mind is to identify the requirements that your current system needs, as well as conduct the analysis of where the demand forecasting can come in, and finally develop a management plan, and this is going to help create our training plan for our employees. Our first milestone we'll have is to sign the contract with SAP, and then the second one is to have the platform launched in 2024. For our second timeline for SIP, and this is going to be how you'll be developing and launching your new coolers, the main task that's going to be going on here is the development of the coolers, and we're going to be doing this through a combination of market research, but also conducting focus groups to ensure that these new coolers are something that our consumers would enjoy. The milestone that we have here is our new coolers are launched also in 2024. For our last implementation plan, and this is for our strategy serve and how you'll expand to the rest of Canada, the main task here is reaching out to those business partners such as the beer festivals and as well as the different types of venues. We recommend looking at small venues for the start for cost sakes. The key detail that I'd like to touch on here is the product development for some of the custom drinks that we'll be having. We found that for the business partners that it might be competitive, and why would they choose to partner with us over other beer brands, for example? This is why we're going to be implementing an opportunity to create your own custom drinks with our business partners. This will be charged at a premium, but alternatively, if they're not interested, they're also welcome for us to do private labeling to have their branding done. The key milestone we have here is to sign a one 10-year contract within the first year of outreach, and then sign 2 contracts with festivals for the first year. For our KPIs, and this is how you're going to know that our implementation is working, the first one is to have a 15% cost savings from the new integration of the SAP software, and the second KPI is to have 3 million bottles sold of coolers in year 1. And our last KPI is to have a 3.5% increase in sales after our new festival launch. For our risk mitigation, I'll be touching on the first and most pressing one, and this is that customers are hesitant to try these new gradient flavors. The mitigation strategy we have here is to extend a discount and promotions to help drive sales and acquisition of customers in this strategy. For our financial impact, I would be happy to answer any questions relating to this during Q&A. To conclude our presentation, we created a project plan in order to help you secure the acquisition and to communicate to your stakeholders of how you can achieve a net present value of over $66 million within 5 years to reach those targets through our Brewing for Success strategy. Thank you. We now open the floor to Q&A.
Great job, ladies. Loved 3 strategies. Teased on the financials. Oh, wanted to stay there a little bit longer. So I'm going to ask, what are the 3 milestones that garnish success for this acquisition going to be? What are you focused on with all of these tactics?
Do you mean financial milestones or the KPIs?
What are the financial milestones that with all of this will solve?
Okay. Do you want to go back to the KPI slide and cover that? So the first KPI for our first recommendation is a 15% of cost savings from the SAP software. That's our primary driver behind our cost savings. And then the other 2 milestones are surrounding revenue drivers. So we have the 3 million cans of coolers sold in year 1, that is driving our second recommendation. And then we also have a 3.5 increase in sales after the particularly the festival partnerships. These are separate from our other partnerships that we are leveraging. Does that answer your question?
In the end, in order to get that $60 million,
yes,
the latter half,
yes,
are we accomplishing that with these KPIs?
Let's go back to the financial slide.
The slide with the milestone, situational slide.
Oh, are you asking for the situational analysis at the very beginning?
Yeah, so like you've got certain revenue targets that you have to hit
yes.
to be successful.
Yes, yes.
So will you be successful?
The answer is yes. One of the, as we mentioned in the beginning, I believe, do you want to go back to the beginning? So one of the main financial drivers that was actually not on our milestone targets in the beginning is actually that your board members would like to have a $100 million total net profit over the 5-year period. And so that if you add together each of our net incomes on our financial impact, if you could please take me back there, that does reach that target. And then additionally, we have each of the other targets that were listed back there. As you can see, we do reach each of the target year over year. So there was a target for 2024, 2025, and 2026, each of which are met in our financials.
Thank you.
For the extension, for the extension of the product lines, you have the coolers, which is great. Is there any other kind of path you can take? And just, what I'm thinking is, this trend towards zero proof alcohol. So did we research that at all as an option?
Zero proof alcohol as in non-alcoholic drinks?
Right, but beer, that's zero proof.
Yes, we also explored that alternative. However, we see that the price that you can charge per cooler is higher, and also we see that it's more easy for you to transition from a fully beer product to a partially beer product than from a beer product to completely new, like no beer product.
Okay.
Because of the jump and the scale we're looking to reach for, we see as 5% beer coolers as the most feasible and fastest growing option.
Okay.
So beer sale trends are going down.
Yes.
What's your confidence level we're going to be able to meet these targets?
This is specifically with craft beer. You still have your regular beer, and that is one that's looking to stay, we're looking to capitalize on the market share within the other provinces that you currently are in.
With the SAP system, implementing a company-wide system of that complexity, what are some challenges we might face?
So one main challenge with large systems integration is the challenge of employee resistance. This can be combated with a strong change management strategy, which would likely include a company-wide announcement, as well as education, which is actually provided by SAP in this case and has been accounted for in our costs.
I really liked your comments in regards to labor costs, how they're a little bit higher than the industry's average, and then justify that because the company has a bit of a purpose-driven culture tied to it. Do you have any additional comments tied to that and in connection to the sexual assault allegations within the other organization? Just a comment on that at all, and how that might affect.
A unique part of Gradient's labor system right now is that it's actually unionized, and instead of seeing this as a threat, our team saw it as an opportunity because we saw that unionized labor workers actually have a higher retention and actually can advocate themselves to be in a better position. And this is something that we can take and teach Empire, our new parent company, to ensure that other misconduct does not happen again. Judges, for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. I will just sure. And if you just wanted to bring me your stuff. Judges, you have 5 minutes.
Oh my gosh, we're done. Yeah.
Every time I forget to click those boxes.
Yes.
Right at the bottom.
Are we staying off mute every time we're in between? No, just making sure, or are you gonna mute us?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to JDC West 2023 Business Strategy Presentation. Before starting today, the JDCW organizing community would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nations and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Kenzie Bergeron, Kelly Lindsay, Jamie Prefontaine, Rory Nussbaumer, and Shanuka Deli. My name is William Eichhorst, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask the presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Sophie, seated in the front, will hold up the time cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand, and we will go from there. Once this question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned on silent and there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout the presentation. Competitors, you're free to begin your presentation.
Before we begin today's presentation, we would just like to acknowledge that the City of Saskatoon is situated on Treaty 6 territory. When you think of Canada, what do you think of? Is our successful track record in the game of hockey? Is it going for a coffee from Tim Hortons? Is it our long and often cold winter months? For me, it's all about the Canadian people. Without the people, this country is nothing, let's be honest. The people drive our economy, and more specifically, the people who have started businesses in Canada and seen them grow right here at home are the people that are key contributors to the Canadian economy and will continue to be for years to come. Your company that we are tasked with helping today is Gradient Brewing, is facing pressure to sell 100% of their ownership to Empire Brewing, which is a much larger American-based corporation. So taking a look at an internal analysis of your company today, your company is currently experiencing declining sales in the last few years. Because of this, your company needs to find a way to reinvent your craft division. This is something that has been successful. You have 5 different craft beers in your current inventory, but this is something that definitely needs to be reinvested in as it has shown success in the past. Another element is your company's values. Your company is built upon hardworking, all-Canadian ideas. As I touched on, Canada is a country where the entrepreneurs and people in this country that have developed these businesses believe in their ideas, and they know that these ideas can have success right here at home. So the strategy we will be giving you today will lean heavily into this. Next, taking a look at your tap rooms. Your tap rooms have been struggling with high fixed costs, which has led to low conversion margins. And a detail to fix this would be that this venture is very important to the brand, but it may be stretching your company's resources slightly thinner than they should be. Lastly, taking a look at branding. You have a strong, well-known flagship products and distinct separate branding between your flagship products and your craft products, and a future strategy should lean into this branding as well. So now taking a look at an external analysis. So currently in the brewing market, the market typically sees around 17% of annual growth. And as we all know, the world is becoming a more return to social life. The COVID-19 pandemic took away 2 solid years from our life, but it's coming to a close and social life is becoming the new norm. The return to the brewing industry is definitely going to rise. So this is prime for a rebound and continued growth. Next, taking a look at the Indigenous market. This is growing 2 times faster than Canada. And these Indigenous peoples are community-driven people. An insight for this is fast-growing segment that is valuable to develop relationships. These people are people. That's exactly what that means. These people know that these relationships can be made, and you should be looking into these relationships as they are not going anywhere. They were the first ones to come to Canada, and they will be the last ones to leave. Next, taking a look at ESG, there's a growing demand from both customers and investors, and your company should take steps to become a more well-rounded ESG-focused company. So now taking a look at a play-to-win model. How is your company going to win? How is your company going to differentiate itself from the competitors? So taking a look at the winning aspiration, Currently, your company aims to be a Canadian icon in the brewing space, especially in Western Canada. In the future, after the strategies we'll be laying out to you today, your company is going to become a Canadian staple, which is backed by Canadian people. Taking a look at where's your company going to play. Currently, mostly in Western Canada with a little bit of development in the east, and in the future, the locations will embrace the Indigenous cultures all throughout the province of Saskatchewan and the country of Canada. How are we going to do this for you today? Currently, you are offering 5 flagship and unique craft selections, and in the future, your company should look to differentiate as being uniquely Canadian and become the leading Canadian brewery by the year 2030. So our plan for you today to solve this problem is going to be solved through 3 strategies. First, taking a look at an Indigenous partnership, which Carson will touch on to. Taking a look at what will happen after this partnership is made, what's that going to look like. And lastly, Cooper will cover our change management. I'd now like to invite Carson to touch on our first strategy.
Thanks, Josh. So Josh just went through a wonderful analysis with us. So taking a look here, I just want to dive a little more into the decision we're going to make. Your company is currently just on the brink of accepting a deal with Empire Brewery. However, we believe that this is not the right direction for your company. And I'm going to now this first by conducting analysis. Let's take a look at your company. Gradient. It's 100% Canadian. It's built on Canadian values, Canadian people, Canadian ingredients. It's all Canadian, built by hard-working Canadians. Empire is not that. Empire is a massive American global corporation that has struggled in the Canadian market. They're anti-Canadian. We're all Canadian. Additionally, your company is female-owned and operated. Not great when you're looking at a partnership that is facing a massive sexual assault allegation. Not a great look for a company that is female-owned and operated. And lastly, you, Ms. Rowan, are sick of the corporate life. That's why you chose this business. That's why you created this business. Do you want to get right back into it? Because that's what life under Empire Brewing is going to look like. They're a corporate business, they're massive, they're global, they don't really care about your company. You're another company and they're a collection of 450. It's not what you signed up for, it's not your dream. Your dream is to operate one of the largest and the best Canadian brewing company in all of Canada. So taking a look here at our alternative matrix, we've identified 3 decision criteria here on how you should make this decision. First, looking at the values. We want the values to align with the new company and new partnership. Secondly, looking at the profitability of that partnership long-term. And then, like I said, those long-term success. So taking a look first at Empire. The values, as I just aligned, they don't align. It's a large global company looking to take over just another company to add to their wonderful collection of brewing companies. Profitability, yeah, it's probably going to be a profitable opportunity. There's that $60 million up front with the potential to get that $60 million once you hit those 3 key milestones. However, it doesn't really do anything to fix the problems that you're currently facing. Your company is struggling to get into markets, you're struggling with the distribution chain, with the craft brewery. It's not going to necessarily solve any of that problem long term other than putting in capital. Taking a look at no deal, well obviously this is not the way to go. The company is struggling, we have reduced profits, we need more capital, we need the ability to expand. So it aligns with our values, it's not, the values aren't changing, but it's not going to be profitable, it's not going to be successful in the long term. Now looking at a partnership with an Indigenous-based investment firm, where this is going to give us that capital we need, it's going to strongly align with our Canadian values. There's nothing more Canadian than the Indigenous people. They are Canada. They're what Canada is built upon. They perfectly align with the values of this company. Additionally, it's also going to mention that to give us that capital, and it's going to give us all of that capital up front without having to hit these 3 milestones. And it's going to give us long-term growth. It's going to give us the ability to separate ourselves, to have strong differentiation in the market, have strong relationships among strong people. It's going to provide a wonderful pathway, which I'll outline further in our presentation. So here's the deal. We're going to look for an investment with SIFN, which is the Saskatchewan Indigenous Investment Fund, and they have wonderful ties to the Federal Sovereign Indigenous Nations Fund, which is going to allow us to express these partnerships long term. We're going to look at a 51% limited partnership. So we're going to give them 51% of our company, and it's going to be a limited partnership. So we're going to remain in control over the operations. However, we are going to heavily utilize their relationships and heavily utilize what they've done already. The deal we're looking at is about $55 million. We understand that your board of directors wanted at least $100 million out of the full company, 100%. So we think $55 million is a fair deal for both parties, given the differentiation ability we're able to gather and the relationships we're going to make with this outside of just the money. So taking a look at what this might look like. We believe there'll be about a 6-month negotiation period with the investment firm, and we're going to propose those plans for investments, what we're going to do with that capital, which is what I'm going to outline in our next strategy. And then we're going to talk about how we want to reinvest into Indigenous organizations. Not only will the profits that are generated within our company with their 51% ownership go back into the company, but we also want to invest in further charitable donations into these Indigenous organizations, directly supporting the Indigenous communities we plan to work with. Now going forward, we've secured the deal, we have the $55 million. What are we going to do with that $55 million and how are we going to put it to work? We've developed 3 strategies here with that $55 million. First of all, we want to reinvent the tap room. We want to make sure that that project is no longer losing us $4 million a year, that we're at least able to break even and hopefully gain some profit. The goal with these tap rooms is not the profit driver. The goal of these tap rooms is to expand our brand and have physical presences in these communities to get our brand out there. Then we want to look at the distribution. Right now, you're trying to get into new markets such as BC, Manitoba, and Northern Ontario, and you lack the distribution supply chains. So we want to make investments to fix these distribution supply chains as well as opening up new craft breweries. And then we want to take steps working with the Indigenous people and the Indigenous communities to ensure that all of the ingredients you're using, all the people we're using, all the labor we're using is sustainable, environmentally friendly, and it aligns with an ESG type model. So taking a look at the tap room. Right now your tap rooms are suffering from low table turnover. People are coming in, they're buying 1 or 2 drinks, and they're staying for 4 hours. When you go to one of the locations, you drive by, you say, oh, well, that looks packed, I'm not going there, I'm going to go right down the street. So we need to fix that issue. And we can do that with 3 main changes. One would be smaller menus. We want to have smaller menus that highlight our selection of craft and flagship brews, but don't allow the people as many choices so they don't have to take as much time sifting through the menu. Secondly, we want to change the atmosphere. Now taking it 3 things. Having vibrant colors such as red, orange, and yellow, and upbeat music increase blood pressure and make people eat and consume their drinks faster, which gets them out of the restaurant faster. Additionally, red, orange, and yellow perfectly align with our new Indigenous sponsor, our new Indigenous partner. Their colors are traditionally red, orange, and yellow. So rebranding the tap rooms to have these color scheme would be a wonderful idea aligned with both of these things. Additionally, we want to have centralized seating. If the seating is centralized more in the restaurant or the busier areas, people will be more likely to get out without spending 3 or 4 hours. And then we want to increase the logistics, so having a flexible service team. Traditionally, restaurants just have 1 server with 1 table. We want to make sure that all the service teams be able to handle all the tables, so that if there's anything that needs to happen, we can make it happen as quick as possible. We want to look at making investments like electronic waitlist and having better seating practices like not seating non-full parties. Now taking a look at the distribution chain. We want to expand into reservations through our Indigenous partnership. We have identified 3, Long Plain and Treaty 1 just outside of Winnipeg, Squamish, which is an unceded territory just outside of Vancouver, and Shawinigan, which is part of the Robinson-Huron of 1850 Treaty, which is just outside of Sudbury in Northern Ontario. On these reservations, we want to have distribution facilities so we can have reduced transportation costs and be able to service these unserviced areas better. And additionally, we want to have new craft breweries, which I'm going to talk about later, will allow us to expand our craft brewery line into offering wonderful Indigenous craft breweries that have wonderful ingredients sourced with ingredients Indigenous to that area. Then we want to look at using Indigenous back labor. Indigenous people are so loyal to their communities, they're community driven. They're not going to leave, they're not going anywhere, they're exceptionally hard workers, and everything they're doing is going to go right back into their community. So not only are they going to be an extremely dedicated workforce, they're helping themselves and their community get further into the world. And then we want to look at refurbishing some of that equipment. A lot of the machinery and equipment is aging, it's causing spoilage, so we want to make some capital investments into refurbishing that equipment. So the implementation of this is we want to work, like I mentioned, or some future considerations here is we want to work with those Indigenous groups to produce those craft selections with Indigenous ingredients in that area. And some key performance indicators for this strategy is a successful completion of those facilities by March of 2024 and have stable revenue growth in the craft brewery section of 15% by 2025. Now I want to pass it on to Cooper, who's going to talk about our change management strategies.
Thank you. So Carson's just outlined the whole plan, and I'm going to go through how we're going to manage this change internally and externally of the company. So internally, we're going to be looking at using an ad car model to manage the staff within, and then externally, we want to make sure that the public are aware of these changes and why we're doing them, and then I'm going to dive into future considerations a little bit as well. So first, for the ad car model, stands for awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforce. This is going to be used to train our staff, our current staff, on what change is being made within the company and why it's being made. So we want them to know why we're doing this. It's because we want to support our Canadians as much as we can and stay true to who we believe we are. And then we want to make sure that we can get them on board and be motivated to be a part of this change and be kind of aware that they can be the driving force in this new change that we're bringing about. We want to make sure they are educated on the full effects of this change. Most of our staff will see little impact on their own day-to-day jobs, as we're not needing to take away any jobs because of this change. Just kind of a overall change in ownership of the company, but just make sure that they know what is going on, of course. And then implement the plan, set goals and KPIs to reach within this to make sure that the plan is going according to plan and we're doing all that we need to. And then reinforce these missions and values and make sure that any concerns that our staff have are mitigated by our managers, and that our managers are able to answer any questions that staff might bring about within this change. So, implementing this, we want to educate the public. So our customers would mostly be this, making sure that they understand, or they are aware and can be aware that we're having an ownership change, making sure this is available to them on all of our social media sites and anywhere you can hear about us in the news. And then reinforce the partnership and ensure that Indigenous peoples are on board as well. So we don't want, we want to make sure it's known that we are not taking advantage of these Indigenous people. We are getting them into it. We want it to be a sole partnership so that they are working in collaboration with us to make sure that this Canadianism is really brought through. And then some future considerations we had was looking to acquire small breweries that align with our mission and values. An example of this would be the Manitoba Brewing Company, which is a small microbrewery within Canada that is completely owned and operated by Indigenous peoples. And we think that in the future we might like to acquire or do a partnership with them if possible, to just continue to grow and expand our community and our market share and reach all within Canada, as well as to donate to support Canadians. So in the future we might look to set up our own type of charity organization, similar to the way Tim Hortons has done with their hockey camps. We might look to set up a support system to ensure that all the profits and things that we're bringing in are being put back into the community, and that the community is able to feel like they're part of this that we built, and making sure that we are giving back to the community that we know has given so much to us. And now I'm going to ask Josh to go over the timeline.
So just touching on our timeline, the first step of the plan is obviously going to be to turn down the deal that Empire Corporation has offered you immediately. Next is going to be looking into reaching that partnership with SIEF, as Carson touched on, in July of this year. Thirdly, complete construction and training of these new microbreweries by March of 2024. By September of 2024, complete the tap room renovations, and by March of 2025, launch the first ever Indigenous craft brewing product, all Indigenous product. So now taking a look at some key performance indicators for the strategies we've outlined today. First, looking at the Indigenous partnerships, a goal set out would be to acquire the partnership by July. Next, looking at what's going to happen after the deal, a steady revenue growth of 15% by 2025. And thirdly, looking at change management, looking to keep this employee turnover below that 4% barrier. So now looking at risks and mitigations of these strategies we've outlined for you today. A first risk would be sales do not see an increase as we expect they will. And mitigation for this risk would be to look to expand your product line. Seltzers are becoming more and more popular, and this could be something your company could look to grow into. Secondly, if this is all viewed as a publicity stunt, showcase developments into these Indigenous communities and issue a joint statement with this new Indigenous partner to show that we are not taking advantage of these people and they know what is coming. Thirdly, if there is resistance from these Indigenous reserves, seek other reservations and begin with more local Saskatchewan locations. I'd now like to invite Carson to touch on our financials.
So what are we going to do with this $55 million? We've acquired the renovation, we just want to go over what we're going to be doing. So about $5 million of that is going to be going to these restaurant renovations to reduce that table turnover and bring more people into those tap rooms. $1 million in employee training, which would be training for those 3 new distribution and craft brewery sites, and training the people on the reservations, on the reserves, to make sure that they're able to work in our facilities. And then about $30 million, and that's for that building of those distribution and craft breweries, as well as some branding changes. And then $3 million in that marketing campaign to express all these new changes that are happening with this plan. $2 million in change management, $1 million in contract negotiations, and then $10 million to fix that aging equipment. And then we've also included $3 million in buffer. We aren't sure what the breakage fee for the breaking that contract deal will be. We've included $1 million there in the contract negotiations, but we do have that $3 million just in case that exceeds. If we have any leftover profit, if by any chance we are under what we expect to be, any of the additional profits will be directly reinvested back into the Indigenous communities. Taking a look here at the ROI of this plan, so we anticipate about $67 million in additional revenue from this plan, about 10% annual growth in that flagship. Keep in mind the industry is about 18. And then additional revenue from that craft, we believe we can get about 15% annual growth with our new strategies, our new Indigenous partnerships. About 20% savings through the new distribution channels and the warehousing. And then about $10.5 million, and that's just from breaking even on the tap rooms. And then an ROI of about 95%. And I'll pass it on to Josh to close.
So as I touched on in the beginning of our presentation today, being a Canadian means more than surviving through the winter. It means you are a Canadian. You know what it takes to live here. You know what it looks like to be a Canadian person. You know that the Canadian people that have started businesses here are here to stay, and as are the Indigenous people. Thank you, and we'd now like to open the floor to questions.
I can start. Good job. This is more of a question regarding the Indigenous partnership. So, and it's just out of curiosity. So, like for example, Wanuskewin is, you guys know where Wanuskewin is? Okay, it's dry, right? It's an event facility and it's dry. And there's a lot of movement towards Indigenous communities being dry. Not necessarily the reserve, but in spirit, like the philosophy of their lives are dry. No drugs, no alcohol. And so that's what comes to mind immediately. And how would you plan to respect that?
This is actually something that came up in our implementation plan. We understand that concern and that is a cultural aspect of the Indigenous people. However, we don't have much experience with that. So we want to leverage this partnership with the Indigenous investment firm to best how to go through that. If they don't believe that this is the best option for them, we can look at other opportunities. However, we do think this is a strong value that it's going to directly improve these Indigenous communities, regardless of this. Sorry. with this respect in mind, we want to work with them closely to go about the best opportunity.
So what I'm hearing is that if they don't feel respected, or if it's not for them, then we don't have a plan B.
We do.
Oh, what is the plan B then?
So the plan B, which is to look for other investment opportunities at other investment firms, or we look to go through a new partnership with a larger distribution firm other than Empire because we do not believe their values align. We've looked at several maybe grocery stores or grocery chains in the States, such as the Loblaws, and doing a private label brand with them.
I'll follow up on that. So I'm Kelvin, I'm president and CEO of Indigenous Works. So, my question, and I'm Indigenous and I do drink. So just to be clear, I'm going to enjoy a pint.
Yeah.
You're spot on. We have communities that are dry. We have issues of alcohol, drugs. I mean, you know the deficit side of the ledger is strong. I think it's a fantastic idea, though. We need diversification. But going to FSAN and the Indian Equity Foundation is like going to government. So would you be open to other investment funds? So
yes.
That's sort of one question, and there are others. And to your point, there's Manitoba, Yukon First Nations have, there are different breweries, two world-class wineries. Second question is related to, you say reservations. If they're not located close to urban centers, how are we going to generate revenue? They got to be where people are. So going out to, Long Plain is Winnipeg, right, or outside of Winnipeg, right? It's tough to get people to come out to a tap room. You got to go to urban centers, don't you?
Just to clarify, these are not locations for tap rooms. These are locations for distribution and brewery facilities. So they're not going to be publicly view places. They're just where we can produce our products and then distribute them to be closer to these cities.
I got you. Okay, good, thanks. And on the first question?
And then we've actually, we have identified another Saskatchewan investment company. They're called FHQ Developments out of Regina, and they are another investment opportunity that we would be able to look at.
I'm going to piggyback off some of those questions. Good job, guys. Totally left field on the solve for this one. Question on the distribution. What is going to be the relationship on, you mentioned the reserves, 3 potential. How are you bringing them into the equation? Is it renting, leasing, building, giving them equity? How are they a part of this?
So I think first we'd like to look at how our Indigenous partnership believes that would be the best way to go about. And then I think that it would probably be setting up, probably leasing land, and then just employing these Indigenous people to kind of bring more economic development to these areas.
If I could add on that, there will be a profit sharing arrangement with whatever's producing these facilities. So there will be about a 20% profit sharing. As well, we look at direct reinvestment into these communities that we're being in. And we want to work with this investment firm, specifically the federal sovereign Indian nations, to be able to work with these Indigenous reservations.
Thanks, guys.
Why wait till 2025 to do the new product? Can we speed that up?
I think it's definitely something that your company should look into beginning earlier. I know that there's great local companies like Great Western, Original 16, places like that. So I think that that's definitely, your company definitely has a place for that in the market, and it should be something that should be looked at to be grown as fast as possible. But as Carson mentioned, these distribution facilities that are going to be introduced near these reserves or on these reserves are something that's going to take a couple months to get ready, and then by the time these facilities are...
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Strategy presentation. Before starting today, the JDCW Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory in the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nation and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. Thank you to our judges, Kenzie, Kelly, Jamie, Rory, and Shanu, for being with us today. My name is William Eichhorst, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask questions to the presenters. Our academic timekeeper is Sophie, sitting in the front, and she will hold up time cues throughout the presentation and the question period. Judges will indicate their question by raising their hand, and then you will have to be able to answer their questions. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned off or to silent, and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout this presentation. Competitors, good to begin.
As proud Canadians, nothing could make us happier than to stand before you today and talk about something that we know can bring millions of us together. And what better thing to bring people together than ice-cold beer? Thank you so much for joining us today, judges and spectators. My name is Marianne, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Justin and Sarah, and we are so excited to present to you today our strategy for your business. So first and foremost, we're just going to talk about the crux and the most important thing that we wanted to uncover today throughout this entire presentation. And that is, how should Gradient structure a plan for growth and sustainability in order to meet the milestones necessary to secure the acquisition with Empire. So now just going into how we compartmentalize this primary issue for your business. So we compartmentalize it into 3 different sections: short, medium, and long term. To start off with short term, is how can Gradient improve their declining financial state, followed by medium term being lack of recent innovation products, and lastly, long term is how can Gradient ensure long-term financial sustainability. The recommendation plan for these terms are to improve operational and production efficiencies, capitalize on low customer base with customized products, and new US product launch, and capitalize on Empire's current resources. The milestones, which you highlighted so clearly that we could meet, are $1 million in net income increase by January 2024, introduce 3 new products by January 2026, and lastly, $20 million in revenue increase by January 2028. So now going into the internal analysis, just analyzing your company and just to see the strengths and weaknesses and then divulge from there. First and foremost, we're going to start off with your strengths. So the first one is that you have very strong margins on flagship and craft products. Why is this important for you to know? The great product that brings strong client base then translates to the strong financials. Moving on to the second strength is that 100% Canadian operations. As I mentioned earlier, we are proud Canadians. This is very important for us to maintain those operations in Canada. And that means that this also protects your business from potential emerging globalization issues as well. Moving on to the weaknesses of your business is now that production and operational inefficiencies. So as you previously mentioned to us, the cost of rent for tap rooms, low conversion market, and increasing labor costs fall short to break even, which we will dive into later on throughout the presentation as well. And secondly is dependency on Empire Inc. for growth. So that acquisition is necessary for the growth and financial prosperity of your business. So just to conclude, why is this all important for you to know? This is important because you should focus on operational and production inefficiencies to maintain strong margins and prosper in its current and new business ventures within Empire. Now, at a greater scope, now looking at the external analysis here, this is just a deep dive into your opportunities and threats as a business. First off, we're noticing that there's extensive resources made available from the Empire acquisition. So you can leverage this expertise and intellectual property to enhance your business practices. Secondly is a new beer launch, which would then progress you into an advancement into a profitable growth strategy, which again, we will divulge do more throughout the presentation as well. Moving on to the threats of your business is that global macroeconomic slowdown. So this may inflict a contradiction in demand for all product lines in your business as well. Secondly is that harassment allegation from Empire's merger company. This may lead to negative repercussions from the media, which can be mitigated, as you will see throughout our presentation. What is this to say? This means that Gradient needs to tunnel its focus into crafting new beer launch to enhance its desirability to Empire using its already strong resources. Now just moving on to the decision criteria, this is vital to our recommendation plan for you, and these are the 3 key necessary things to ensure that you meet your milestones that you need to have. First and foremost is to be innovative, a strategy that will keep you going and keep customers enticed to buy the product. Secondly is that long-term sustainability to make sure that your company stays on top. And lastly is that alignment with Empire's values as a business as well. Moving on to the alternatives, these are the possible alternatives for your business as well. These are the ones that we have compartmentalized and decided upon that could be feasible for you. First and foremost is that beer launch and company restructure. So essentially what this means is that we would launch a new beer product line to improve those efficiencies within that company and then restructure the company from there. Secondly is launch non-beer products, that is to say non-beer products like seltzers, cocktails, etc. And lastly would be the immediate international expansion into global markets. So looking at all of these weighted outlooks together, we can see that alternative 1 to beer launch and that company restructure does comply with that innovation, long-term sustainability, and lastly, alignment with Empire's values that you so desire. Second alternative does not comply with that long-term sustainability and alignment with Empire, and those low margins given a high startup capital, leading to insecurity in reaching the milestones that you need. And lastly, with our third alternative is that immediate international expansion. Again, it does not comply with long-term sustainability and alignment with Empire's values because there's no integration with Empire and there's still inefficiencies that exist within that alternative as well, which is why we decided to go for the first alternative, which is the beer launch and company restructure.
Thank you so much. So delving right into the recommendation, we've compartmentalized our recommendation into 3 main phases. First, the initial phase will deal with the restructuring of your company and identifying the inefficiencies that exist within your company to build a strong foundation for future ventures and to ensure that the integration of Empire and Gradient operates in a smooth and cohesive manner. The second phase of our recommendation is the domestic product launch. As we had mentioned before, and as Marianne had outlined, it is more feasible for your business to implement your strategies into a beer-launched product and stay away from the non-beer product launches. So in order to do this, we're going to capitalize on the foundation that we created in phase 1 and create a strong product launch of 3 different products for the new beer product phase. And finally, we want to expand your operations. Capitalize on the opportunities that Empire provides you, capitalize on their production facilities and the expertise that this large corporation provides you, and expand globally to really optimize and gain all the expertise that you can and the success that you can see in both the Canadian and US markets. So, to begin, I want to delve into the first phase of the recommendation, which is company restructure. We've outlined 2 main inefficiencies within your corporation. The first one being production inefficiencies. As you have outlined for us, we want to ensure that Gradient is set up for a foundation of successful operations, as we have seen that your business is currently witnessing low margins and high capital costs and increasing costs in various taproom divisions, specifically your Whistler, Calgary, and Saskatoon divisions. These operations are operating at a net loss of $3.5 million. In order to combat this, we want to remove this product division from your operations in order to save that $3.5 million and allocate that to something more reasonable and something more sustainable for your business practices. So how exactly are we going to go about doing this? Firstly, we want to close down the Whistler location, the Whistler taproom location. The rent, the costs, all of these expenses are just piling up and increasing the operating costs that your business is currently experiencing. So, and we will then reallocate these resources in phase 2, and I will talk about that in the future. Secondly, we want to close down the Calgary location, and then finally the Saskatoon location, and really, once again, emphasis on the importance of reallocating that $3.5 million loss. The second operation inefficiency that we've identified is obviously operational inefficiency. So this has to do with the jumping into ventures that haven't been researched that well, and just allocating your resources into certain ventures and geographical locations that don't aid your company. So in order to combat this, we want to really leverage on Empire's expertise, specifically in research and development. So really understand what geographical locations will allow you to have greatest product expansion and customer segment integration, and allow your company to continue to operate and reduce expenses in that regard. So really honing in on Empire's expertise in this division to increase your buying power, to reduce expenses, and understand which geographical locations will improve your business operations. And all of this is to say, we hit your first milestone. You wanted us to reach the milestone of 1 million net income, we got it for you. The 3.5 million reduction cost that we have taken from the production inefficiencies will be allocated to reduce $3.5 million cost total, and therefore increase your net income by $1 million. The second phase of this recommendation plan is to implement the beer product launch. Now, we want to implement 3 different beer products into your product offering. The first one is going to be called the Ski IPA. What exactly is this? This is going to be an IPA product directed towards those in the ski industry. And as we know, we have taken down your taproom location in Whistler. We want to reuse those resources and instead put them towards a ski IPA in a pop-up kind of situation to really revitalize that market and get that growth going all over again. So in order to do this, we're going to create a pop-up ski IPA. It's going to be more of a craft beer under your craft division. And then we're going to expand into Alberta, different locations depending on the success of this IPA, but mostly pertaining to the Whistler and BC areas to begin with. Given that there's a high demand for ski beers in that location, and production of this will happen in the Alberta region as well. The second product that we have offered is the cheap lager. So this one is going to be directed to the teenage community, the university students, a really large demographic of beer drinkers. So what is this exactly going to look like? It's going to be under your flagship division, and the operations and production of this are going to happen in Edmonton and the Saskatchewan market specifically. And this is obviously going to be marketed across all of your product divisions, all of your market divisions currently, as we believe the success of this product is going to be substantial. The final product offering that we have for you is the ultra high quality craft. And now this is going to be targeted to more senior beer drinkers who really want that high quality product, and it's going to be marketed as such. And this is going to be produced in Edmonton and Saskatoon, and we're obviously going to leverage R&D from Empire's side of things to ensure that we're doing that continued market growth throughout everything. And yes, these 3 products have reached your second milestone that will allow us to allow your company to have the $20 million funding that is required. And so moving on into the third phase of the implementation is the expand and transition. So we have outlined a basis of 3 products, and we have revitalized your company structure. Now, how do we really leverage on this and continue to grow? Well, we want your company to expand into the US with the support of Empire and with their production capabilities in the US. So how exactly is this going to work? Well, firstly, we want to conduct R&D research. We understand that the US market is drastically different from the Canadian market, and for that reason we understand that light beers are have a lot more emphasis in the US market. And for this reason, we believe that we want to introduce the cheap lager that we had introduced in phase 2 back into the US market. And with an additional new light beer that is specific to the US demographic. So 20% of the production capacity of Empire will be taken up by the lager, and 80% will be taken up by this new product division. And the production capabilities will be specific to a Wisconsin location based on research and development that has outlined that Wisconsin is the more profitable area of development. And obviously, as I had mentioned before, we want to leverage Empire's production capabilities, their partnership network, and all of their great offerings in order to ensure that this product and project can be undertaken smoothly and efficiently. And this will allow you to reach the third and final milestone that will allow you to receive a $20 million final funding of $20 million revenue increase.
So diving into the first phase of our implementation timeline, we can see that we've subdivided the two major activities throughout this phase, being the production and operational facilities on the left, each into 3 different parts. Now, the reallocation of managers is going to be taken by the Gradient HR team, and this is going to be the movement of the Empire production plant managers, as they have lots of experience in the area and have an inherently much lower cost of production. We're going to utilize this very valuable human capital and bring it into our existing plants in order to ensure this transition is smooth, seamless, and effective. Now, this has been allocated 7 months, as we understand it is quite the lengthy process to undergo such a movement. And it will be followed by the acquisition of new equipment for these plants, as this has also been mentioned as a large reason for a lack of efficiency within these existing plants. And the Empire procurement team will undertake this task due to their vast expertise and ability to get these pieces of machinery at a lower cost. Finally, the new plants creation slash integration, as Empire has vast amounts of underutilized production area, which we plan on taking advantage of. And the reason why the Gradient C-suite team will be on board is because we understand your love of making beers and your ability to do so very effectively for many years as a key value creator for your company. So we understand that it is essential for you to be in there in person in order to be the key driver of that change and incorporate your values within this new production plant. And moving on to the operational efficiencies, it simply consists of the eventual closing of all 3 of these tap beer locations due to the, as previously mentioned, the lack of profits that these branches generate for your company. And this will all be undertaken and finished by this fiscal year in order to ensure that over $1.5 million of incremental net income will be achieved through your company by the implementation of this plan. Now, moving on to the second and third phases of our implementation timeline. We're going to start off by integrating the product domestically, as we understand that the undergoing of multiple very large growth creation projects can be very strenuous. Therefore, we're going to be focused domestically first in order to ensure that we're capable of achieving this kind of growth in a profitable fashion before moving on to the United States expansion. Now, in order for this product to be successful in the United States, as my teammate previously mentioned, a lot of R&D is absolutely necessary due to inherent taste differences between the United States as Canada, as I'm sure many of you know. Now, we're going to utilize Empire's extensive R&D capabilities, which have proven to be a massive value creator for that company, in order to ensure that our product is absolutely optimized for those individuals whenever it is launched, which will be in Q3 of 2026. And it'll be followed by the continual improvement and marketing strategies, which will be undertaken in the United States, primarily from this new plants, and our ability to manufacture this product in the United States not only protects it from a lot of inherent risks with producing something in a different country, but also allows us to rapidly iterate feedback and keep some of the mentality of a relatively small company, despite the fact that you are being bought out by the #1 biggest beer producer by volume in the entire world. Now, through the undertaking of these 2 phases, your company will not only have the 3 new products as one of the key milestones, but will also have the $20 million in revenue increase, which are the final 2 of the 3 milestones necessary to ensure that your shareholders get the $60 million in compensation-based pay from the buyout of their company, and to ensure that they're all happy. Now, the primary risks that we've associated with this implementation First and foremost would be the global recession that many analysts may see coming in the future. Although it's not exclusive to your company specifically, it's hard to ignore the trickle-down effects that they may have, and it's important to address this effectively in order to continually move forward at a successful pace. Marianne's going to close it out with the executive summary.
Now, throughout the entirety of this presentation, we have outlined that with our strategy, you are able to hit the milestone of $1 million net income increase by January 2024, 3 new products by January 2026, and lastly, $20 million revenue increase by January 2028. Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.
I'll start. We talked a lot about going into the U.S. Now, Gradient is right now in BC to northwestern Ontario. Why not Toronto? Why not Quebec?
That's a great question. And so, given the information that you had provided us, we had outlined the strongest sectors, given that that was Alberta, Saskatchewan, and BC. And you had also outlined that on Eastern Canada specifically and Ontario, we're witnessing declines in revenue. And for that reason, we don't believe it's feasible or financially sustainable to expand eastward. And for that reason, we believe the US demographic is much more profitable, a larger demographic to capitalize on. And for that reason, we propose that idea.
I was wondering if you could just expand on the ski IPA. Is that something specific to that region, or is this just the brand name is called ski, or is there some rationale behind why you're kind of strategizing towards that, and kind of tied it a little bit into the closure of the Whistler branch as well?
That's a fantastic question. So the reason why we are going after skiing originally was because of the closure of that Whistler branch. As you imagine, that Whistler branch was open in January of 2022, so we understand that you were trying to penetrate that market. So in order to retain a lot of those customers, and we understood that they weren't drinking a lot of these beers at the tap rooms initially, we had to focus on bringing them in a different way. Additionally, we didn't call it just for a Whistler IPA due to the increase in craft beer consumption globally, which is somewhat of an outlier compared to the rest of the beer industry. And skiers are a big driver of this increase. And additionally, many skiing locations throughout all of North America, and it's a market that your company has historically underutilized, in our opinion. Therefore, starting in Whistler, iterating that feedback and expanding outwards, we believe that you can capture a large percentage of that market through that activity.
I'm a competitive pickleball player. Maybe you'll make a pickleball IPA. Going into the U.S. market, so we're gonna leverage Empire's assets, know-how, and so on. Do you anticipate what are the clashes we should anticipate, if any, between Gradient and Empire?
Well, there can be a discrepancy between the operations. However, we do believe that because your values are going to align with our strategy with Empire's, we believe that those clashes will soon be mitigated.
Question on my end. In order to hit that first initiative, first milestone, I like how you have that and you're working your way back. There's going to be a lot of change management required. You're closing tap rooms, you have a list. What's that going to involve for change management, costs, or just any thoughts towards that situation?
It's a fantastic question. So despite the fact that the closing of this would initially seem to generate $3.5 million in net income, we've only allocated a smaller number because we understand that there is going to be a large cannibalization. There is going to be a cannibalization effect by closing these tap rooms, as they generally bring a lot of business to those other segments, specifically craft beer. Therefore, we're going to focus on a three-pronged approach entailing the preparation for change, sustainment throughout the change, and considerations after the change, focusing almost exclusively at the beginning on those three markets of Calgary, Saskatoon, and Whistler in order to ensure that the change has gone smoothly to our new beer products and that no customer of yours is left unserved.
Tap rooms have been an important testing ground for us. So if you close them, we lose that capability. How do you plan to mitigate that?
That's a great question, and unfortunately we didn't have time to consider that, but if we were to consider that, we would obviously implement those change management policies and understand the operations of the tap room and the implications that that would serve on closing them, and also understand that we would leverage our expertise with the new introduction of the products through those pop-up marketing campaigns to combat the risks associated with closing tap rooms.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to JDC West 2023 Business Strategy Presentation. Before starting today, the JDCW Organizing Committee would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan, Saskatoon campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nation and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of this land. We'd like to thank Kenzie, Kelly, Jamie, Rory, and Shanuka, who will be the judges for today. My name is William Eichhorst, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors, you will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, the judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask questions to the presenters. Our academic timekeeper, Sophie, is seated in the front, and she will give you time cues throughout the presentation and question period. Judges will indicate their intent to ask a question through raising their hand, and you will go from there. Once the period has been concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned off or to silent, and that there is no talking amongst yourselves or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, will may begin your presentation. Yeah.
10%, 15.2%, and 40.1%. Now, along with these three figures, they do not say much. However, when provided a bit of context, they paint a fairly intriguing picture. We see that your company currently possesses 10% of market share, whereas when it comes to the potential acquisition, with Empire acquiring you, they currently have 15.2% market share, but your biggest competitor currently has 40.1% market share. Now, I know that when you look at that number on your right-hand side, it does pose a challenge. However, in our team's resolution today, we chose to take a theme and a mentality of opportunity, and that is one that we want to instill in you today throughout this entire presentation, because we understand that within every challenge lies opportunity. This is a mindset that Albert Einstein had used to inspire so many, and the reason as to why it is our theme and our mindset for today is because we understand that you are a company that has done this and has portrayed this sort of mindset from the very inception, because you are somebody who understands that the only way to move forward is to realize opportunity within challenges, and that is how we triumph through perseverance. Good morning, judges, or good afternoon, lovely judges, and all the bright and brilliant minds that are in the audience. My name is Igor Mazechka, and today I am joined by my two teammates, David Sunderwald and Reese Dignard, and we comprise Blueprint Consulting. Now, initially, I would like to go through a quick executive summary of the presentation and what we are going to be talking about for the next, well, roughly 18 minutes. First, we have our primary problem, or the key challenge that we have outlined, which is how can Gradient optimize their post-closing operations to meet contingent consideration clauses. Now, the implementation that we are going to outline is based on three main criteria. Initially, we want to ensure that there is goal alignment with our solution, that we capitalize on synergies, and lastly, that we grow revenue in a time-effective manner. The solution itself is to leverage Empire's established divisions to gear Gradient up for growth, which will have two main impacts. Initially, it will ensure that there's control of 40% or more of the Canadian beer market in your company's hands. And secondly, it will ensure that Gradient will be on track to meet all milestone requirements. Now, initially, we will go through a SOAR analysis, which once again outlines that opportunity as per the theme of our presentation. The SOAR initially will outline the strengths, which is the fact that your company has been on track record of success, which resulted in that rapid growth. Now, of course, the controlling of that growth has been difficult, but that is something that we will mention later on. The one thing that I really want to stress in this analysis is the fact that that growth provides you with an opportunity to leverage the resources of the largest beer producer in the world by volume, as they have approached you specifically because of your new growth. Now, the aspiration that we have outlined in this analysis is that you should aspire to create synergy in a newly established deal that will create a mutually beneficial result. And as a result, you will officially grow your business to capture more of the Canadian market, as per our second impact in the presentation.
Now, let's talk about the financial analysis. Numbers are daunting. Numbers can be a scary thing, and especially right now, considering 50% of the enterprise value or purchase price for Gradient is in contingent consideration. But we wanted to break these numbers down a little bit further to help you understand what we're getting ourselves into. Milestone 1, by July 2024, you need to see an increase in revenue by about $4 million. Milestone 2, by July 2026, you need to increase revenue by $13 million. Or in July 2028, you need to increase revenue by $20 million. These are significant figures. Now, although you could opt to increase net income or choose other alternatives, we believed focusing on revenue would really allow us to boil it down. Let's take a step further to look at the total growth rate. A 1-year growth rate of 4.7%, a 3-year growth rate of 15.2%, or a 5-year growth rate of 24%. It's very daunting. But let's take it one step further and look what that looks like on a per year basis, the compound annual growth rate. You have to grow this company at less than 5% per year. And what you're going to soon find is that through our implementation strategy, this will be very simple. By following the tools and tactics that we are going to outline for you today, you will have no problem ensuring that your shareholders receive full consideration for the company that you agreed to sell. The key takeaway here is that the milestones laid out by Empire are very reasonable. You will have no problem meeting them.
Thank you, Reese. Now Igor walked you through some of the strengths and opportunities of Gradient Brewing. Reese walked you through the financials, and I would just like to take a second to walk us through some of the external stakeholders that we see here. When we consider the opportunities in front of Gradient, it's important to consider these 3 distinct groups that we identified. First, let's start with the partners. Over the past 10 years or so, Gradient has been able to achieve incredible growth. And in doing so, they've manifested a number of partnerships which created opportunities for them. When we look to the opportunities ahead of Gradient today, we want to make sure that we're holding on tight to those partnerships and we're creating opportunities for new partnerships. Moving over to Empire Brewing. Igor had mentioned an acquisition. Empire Brewing is the source of that opportunity. An acquisition under Empire Brewing is perhaps the largest, could create the largest amount of value for Gradient when we look to the future. Therefore, we see that Empire Brewing needs to be really high on interest when we look at the decisions that we're going to make. And lastly, to look at the shareholders, in particular the board of directors of Gradient Brewing, the folks who are going to be making strategic direction over the next couple of years. Both our short-term and long-term goals need to appeal to the current shareholders. This leads me to the key takeaway here. Gradient must prioritize corporate relations in the short term to ensure a cohesive step forward. When we look to the opportunities in front of Gradient, like an acquisition, we need to make sure that our partners understand what this will mean for them, what the shareholders will understand what it will mean for the future of the company, and Empire needs to understand what it'll mean insofar as how much value Gradient can provide for them.
Now, I know that right off the bat, that was a lot. That was 3 big analysis tools as well as a fairly big decision, which is, again, to move forward with the acquisition. But in order for us to streamline our implementation, we want to take a pause and to, once again, go through our analysis tools, the key takeaways or the key insights that we realized from them, and essentially map them to the criteria that we've outlined to move forward with our implementation strategy for today. Now, first we look at the SOAR analysis, which is, again, to look through that lens of opportunity and to take on that growth opportunity, but ensuring that when that is happening, we are capitalizing on synergies between the 2 parties within the acquisition. Secondly, we took a look at the financial analysis, which Reese had walked us through, and there was milestones are achievable with a plan in place, again, which is shown through the percentages, right? And the criteria here is that you have to grow revenue in a time-effective manner, which is very feasible, and we will show you how throughout the implementation. And lastly, we have the stakeholder analysis. And again, the biggest key takeaway from this is the fact that goals have to be aligned across both organizations. And again, the criteria moving forward here is to align goals. Now, having 2 of our analysis pointing to capitalizing on synergies and aligning goals shows the importance of mindset, which is, again, mindset and theme is the theme of our presentation today. Now, let's have a look at the implementation that I'm sure all of you are so eager to finally see after the analysis. We've labeled it Crafting Growth. Now, Crafting Growth is split up into 3 phases. The first phase is to resolve Gradient's current growing pains by optimizing your operational process. The second phase is to capture more of the Canadian junior hockey market. And the last phase, and I believe David's favorite phase, is to transition all of GPL's flagship production facilities in EVI's production network and to focus on Gradient craft beer innovation and expansion. Now, moving on to our first phase, which we've labeled as mixing the ingredients. Now, the big what behind here, again to reiterate, is to resolve Gradient's current growing pains by optimizing the operational process. We understand that you've outlined one key challenge for us, which is the fact that because of your rapid growth, you've established distribution centers in facilities or in areas that were not nearly as optimal as you'd hoped to be. This led to things such as spoilage of your product and decreased revenue margins. And so in order to meet the first milestone of $1 million increase in annual revenue, we need to ensure that there's optimization created while you are going through this acquisition process. The resources here is you are really going to leverage Empire's production division. Now, this is further broken down into 3 different components. Initially, we have a supplier shift. Now, what this will look like is we want you to switch to the use of Empire suppliers' raw materials. Right? These are the raw materials that you use to create your product in order to capitalize on the economies of scale. Doing so will ensure that you cut your costs, which will help you meet that initial goal for 2024. The next, once again, we want to ensure that you are leveraging Empire's production. And the way you're going to do this is to utilize their production division to establish a more favorable distribution channel, which helps decrease operational costs. Once again, you're being acquired by a company that has 15% of the market. Now, while this isn't as big of a market share as they have in the US, they have a larger amount of distribution centers which your company is now able to utilize to ensure that there isn't nearly as much wastage with your product and that your revenue margins are increased. And lastly, reduce inefficiency or increase efficiency, which is to look to close those inefficient distribution centers that you've hastily created that have caused you those growing pains. So at this point, we're looking to alleviate your company of those growing pains, and as a result, we're looking to increase operational efficiency. Now, the 2 KPIs here are once again to decrease the cost by $1 million to ensure that we meet that July 2024 milestone.
Now, let's get into phase 2 of our implementation. Brew the bottle. What does this mean? Well, we want to bump up your revenues. We want to capture more of the Canadian junior hockey market specifically. We know you currently partner with the SJHL, the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League. This is fantastic. You've got an easy in, you've got your beer that everybody loves, and they love to enjoy the game and associate the 2 different activities. Why do we want to do this? Well, we want to add $13 million in additional revenue by July 2026. That's our goal. We want to use the revenue target as our second milestone because we're sure that we're going to be able to capture more of the market share in the meantime. What are the resources that we need to use in order to make this come to fruition? We need to leverage Empire Brewing Incorporated and their partnership team. Jump to the next slide. We'll dive a little bit deeper. The first phase of the second phase is to collaborate. We need to leverage Empire's partnerships to identify areas of the Canadian market that is untapped. You know that you control 15% of the Canadian beer market, and you know that your competitor controls 40%. You have a strong analytics team. We need to leverage this to understand where your competitors are not so that we can get in there, soak up the market share, and increase our revenue. From there, we need to make sure that we develop new and improved exclusivity contracts. One thing that Empire is phenomenal at is developing these exclusivity contracts to make sure that they can control a portion of the market and make sure that nobody else can step on their toes. By doing this in the Canadian market, we're going to make sure that we can really capture as much revenue as we can. Now, third, this is a tough thing to do, but because your tap rooms are not the most profitable, we're going to need to repurpose them. But we can do this in a fantastic way through business development and party initiatives. Instead of just shipping out your product to all of these junior hockey leagues across Canada, why not repurpose these tap rooms to host their individual networking events and party sessions and to really show off your product and show what your product is capable of doing in social interactions. These 3 implementations are going to allow you to bolster your revenue, and ultimately we'll walk through the KPIs of being able to become the official beer of 30% of Canada's Junior Hockey League. You want to be preferred. There's 10 junior hockey leagues, 10 teams under the Canadian Junior Hockey Leagues in Canada. If you can control 3 of them, only 2 more than you currently have now, we have no question that you'll be able to increase your revenue and meet your milestone 2 mark. Additionally, you want to collectively own 45% of the Canadian beer market and outpace your competitor. That way, when the transition goes over to Empire in the long term, they're going to be situated as the #1 controlling interest in North America for the beer market.
Now for the last and final phase. As Igor mentioned, my favorite phase. Share with friends. An acquisition can be nerve-wracking. It's also exciting. It means opportunities for collaboration. The what here is the transition of all of Gradient's flagship production facilities into Empire's production network, This is outlined by milestone 3. As well, we want to focus on Gradient craft beer innovation and expansion. From the start, Gradient was a passion project. Craft beer is at its core, and we want to continue that innovation while still meeting the necessary milestones to make this acquisition possible. And again, why? Just to reiterate here, we want to meet that milestone, and we want to reconnect the owners with their passion project. The resources that we see necessary here are a project manager for every transitioning production facility and new brewers for craft innovation. Now, when I say new brewers for craft innovation, there's not a figure there because I would like to leave that up to Addison and the craft innovative team to decide just how many people that they might need to make this happen. That's not a choice that we thought was up to us, but it's something that we would like to consult the team further on. Now, move on, Igor. The first part of this is to secure current Gradient flagship partners and employ new offerings. If Empire is going to take over all the production facilities, this is going to create new offerings through hybrid production. As Igor outlined in his phase, we have lower distribution costs. We have new marketing channels. These are all things that employ opportunities for Gradient to increase its market share. And so how we do this, familiarize the local partners with new Empire product offerings. We want to collaborate with Empire on marketing initiatives at festivals and venues. As Reese had pointed out, sporting facilities is something that Gradient is already quite involved in, and it provides an amazing opportunity for Gradient to collaborate with Empire. The impact that we see here, new sales opportunities. It's fantastic. More market share. The second here is to integrate Empire production facilities. Integrate Empire's products into the production facilities. We want to make this a hybrid project. What we see needed here is a project manager who can ensure the facilitation of these products into the production facilities. It's going to shake things up a little bit. There'll be operational turbulence. The project manager is necessary to make that happen. The impact here is a smooth transition of those Gradient flagship products. And third, we would like to expand the Gradient craft department. Again, I'd like to reiterate, we recognize that this was from the beginning a passion project. And we want to allow Madison to step down to just become a creative director of of Gradient's craft products. And we want to push these craft products out of just being taproom exclusive and leverage Empire's current distribution channels to push them out as much as possible. The impact here is to increase new craft products to 20 a year. Currently it's 15 a year. We think that that number can go up. Lastly, I just want to walk us through a change management model. So giving our production facilities to Empire is going to create a lot of operational turbulence, and there needs to be some kind of change management that is employed here. We'd like to go with the ADCAR model as it focuses on the individual, and I'll walk through this fairly quickly. First of all is awareness. We need to inform the production team of the change production facility, the change that's going to come when Empire takes over production facilities. Next is desire. We needed to demonstrate possibility of accelerated partnerships with the hybrid Gradient and Empire production facilities. This is going to the management teams of both companies involved. Next is knowledge. Provide training modules for production workers on Empire production practices. With the integration of new products comes new practices. Ability. Begin Empire product production and bridge the gap from education to application. And lastly, reinforcement. This is to oversee performance throughout the transition, listen to the feedback you're getting from employees, and reiterate this process. The KPIs we see here meet milestone 3 criteria and increase new gradient craft products to 20 annually.
Phenomenal. Now let's quickly walk through the short-term timeline and the long-term timeline. Right away, we want to meet with Empire's partnership team to get the ball rolling. We need to understand what they're capable of doing and how we can leverage their team to implement all 3 prongs of our implementation. Next slide, you'll see that the rest is entirely up to you. You need to find ways to slot in these meetings with them at a pace that works best for you so that you can meet all of these milestones. Right now, we have no more time to talk about the risks, but we'd be happy to answer during the Q&A. Yegor, go ahead and close us out.
Thank you. So as mentioned, we had a key challenge outlined which was to optimize the post-closing operations. The solution that we came up with was to leverage Empire's established divisions to gear Gradient up for growth. We understand that within every challenge comes opportunity, and we want you to triumph through perseverance. Thank you, and we'll now open the floor for questions.
Okay, I'll start us off. Maybe I missed it, but were there any points regarding the threats and weaknesses in the situation analysis? Can you just review that again for me?
Yeah, absolutely. So as mentioned in the SOAR analysis, while your rapid growth is definitely a strength that we want you to leverage when it comes to the acquisition, it does come with the weakness of the growing pains. Now, we believe that that is a weakness that we were able to tackle when it comes to the acquisition and the phase 1 of the acquisition, which is to mainly ensure that the operational processes are optimized. Now, of course, the threats when it comes to doing the acquisition is, yes, while you're overcoming your growing pains, there is going to be some change, right? There could be things that come with the change management portion in the long term. There could be some hurdles that you have to experience when it comes to opening up or utilizing new distribution facilities and closing down your old ones that are less favorable to your current operations.
Okay, thank you.
Just continue on from that. So what are the top 2 risks, and what's your confidence level with this plan?
Yeah, we go back to the risk slide here. We did outline 2 main risks here. The first one was that in Yegor's phase, we wanted to meet that $4 million increase in sales. If after 6 months, halfway into this, a quarter way to the end of this, we're not on track for that, Gradient is not on track for that, we'd like to push into the United States to bolster sales. Empire has those international connections, and to leverage those would really make things happen. The second risk that we saw was a little lower in severity, a little higher in likelihood, and that's that this Gradient craft expansion doesn't see positive returns. We would like to give them the opportunity to focus on their creative abilities, but it might not yield those positive returns. So the mitigation here would be to reduce the autonomy of Addison and his team, and really encourage collaboration with Empire's current craft innovation team.
Now, to speak a little bit further on the confidence, right now we have some fantastic growth prospects in place, but really to emphasize that confidence, we have Empire backing us. So at the very least, we can fall back on them and leverage any teams that they have available to make sure we meet those milestones. They're at our full disposal, as you've outlined.
What might be some of the major costs associated with this, and what might those look like?
Yeah, I can take that question. So when it comes to the first phase, you can initially think of course, the cost of looking at potentially closing down the new distribution, or closing down some of the less optimal distribution centers and having to relocate and look for those new ones. Now this comes with things such as not transition, but more so the transshipment of your current product right from one facility to another, the potential maintenance that comes with actually operating a new facility as opposed to closing down a facility. Now, when it comes to the second phase of the implementation. I will hand that over to Reese to look at a couple numbers for that.
So costs overall, we need to look at what it's going to cost to fix these machines up. You've got a lot of repairs and maintenance expense. At the end of the day, Gradient on its own may not be able to absorb all these costs on their own, but because they're backed by Empire Brewing, we could look to them for significant capital expenditures to make sure that our equipment is as efficient as possible and we can really optimize the returns for both Gradient and Empire Brewing. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
Can I just ask, why wouldn't we just go into the United States from the get-go? What's the reasoning for that being a risk mitigation versus a strategy?
Absolutely. You've outlined to us that Gradient's goal is to be an icon of Canadian spirit. So we believe that focusing on the Canadian market was going to be the best way for you to focus on growing and making sure your business is exactly what you set out to do, while making sure that Empire Brewing can control as much of North America as possible.
Just adding to that, in regards to that Canadian spirit, and in regards to reputational risk, did you notice anything in regards to potential risk in relation to reputation? With the acquisition from Empire, it's a little bit in relation to Empire's more negative reputation tied to the sexual assault allegations. Any kind of insight into that and potential risk associated to that?
At the end of the day, the allegations are against Empire Brewing. They may trickle down to Gradient Brewing, but because Gradient has established itself as a leader in the Canadian market, we don't believe the trickle-down effects are going to have the same extent on Gradient's products as they might as Empire Brewing products. At the end of the day, this is going to reflect on the returns of Empire Brewing securities and how that's going to affect their shareholders. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the JDC West 2023 Business Strategy Presentation. Before starting today, the JDC organizing community would like to make a land acknowledgement. The University of Saskatchewan campus is located on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis. We pay our respect to the First Nation and the Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationship with one another. We pledge ourselves to create a competition that celebrates the diverse cultures and history of the land. We'd like to thank our judges for today, Kenzie, Kelly, Jamie, Rory, and Shnuka. My name is William Eichhorst, and I will be the academic moderator for this presentation. Competitors will have a maximum of 20 minutes to present. Immediately following the presentation, judges will have a total of 5 minutes to ask presenters questions. Our academic timekeeper, Sophie, will be located at the front there and hold up cue cards to let you know how much time is left throughout the presentation. Judges will indicate their intent at the end in this session to ask a question by raising their hand, and we will go from there. Once the question period has concluded, the delegates will be escorted to leave the room. No questions or comments will be permitted from the audience at any time. Please ensure that your cell phones are turned off or to silent, and that there is no talking amongst yourself or signaling to the competitors throughout their presentation. Competitors, you are free to begin. Here's the and just ahead. Yep.
Gradients. There are an infinite amount of gradients on the color spectrum. Similarly, there are an infinite amount of flavors you can taste with beer throughout your lifetime. Gradients. You've done an exceptional job at providing great tasting beer to your consumers and have successfully scaled your company to become Western Canada's leading producer of beer. However, with challenges, there have been recent cost operations and efficiencies that have put your company to the test. With the new acquisition coming away with Empire, you have the opportunity to overcome this opportunity and challenge. Judges and company executive, my name is Jeffrey. These are my teammates Jay and Carrie, and today we are very thrilled to walk you through our solutions on how your company can grow exponentially and become one of the growing producers of beer in North America.
So the key question that we want to help your company answer is how can Gradient Brewing reach target revenue and growth goals within the next 5 years? The analysis that I'll be walking you through today is firstly taking a look at your consumers. Who are they and what do they want? Secondly, we want to take a look at your industry analysis. Where do you play in the market right now? And lastly, we want to take a look at your distributions and how you produce sales. Our overarching strategy that we'll be presenting to you today is the Brew, Taste, and Cheers strategy, which encompasses our 3 recommendations. Number 1, creating new products. Number 2, to create geographical expansion. And finally, to create a subscription product. The key impact that we'll hope to see for your company is $70 million in incremental benefit. So, taking a look at the first step, which is the acquisition requirements, we know that your company has key targets to hit in the form of 3 milestones. Specifically, you've given us several options to choose from that your company could hit. We've examined all of them in depth, and we believe these 3 milestones are the ones that your company should be reaching. So by 2024 in July, we want your company to reach $1 million in incremental annual net income. We know that this is doable with the acquisition with Empire. By leveraging their production capabilities and economies of scale, we know that you can have significant cost savings with your operations moving forward. Secondly, we will hope to see 3 new product launches by 2026. So we know that your company is a leader in creating new craft beer flavors that are homegrown in Saskatchewan. And we know that your company can produce more great flavors similarly in the years to come. Lastly, we hope to transition all of GBL's facilities into EBI's distribution network. So this will be occurring by July of 2028. While we know that this is no small task, we see that this is highly possible with the support that we'll be gaining from Empire moving forward. So before we jump into any detailed analysis, we know that there have been some sexual assault allegations that will be coming to light in the next few days. The situation will be announced to directors by the next meeting, and we know that while this does not directly affect your company, Gradient, it is linked to Empire and the acquisition that will be happening with your company. It does not directly affect North America operations, but may impact internal operations and how directors feel moving forward about the impact and their investment. So the current explanation that we must take here is that we must explain this to directors before or during our next meeting. This is a serious matter and we must take action. But how can we do that? So while these essay claims have little effect on your operations as well as your company image, Gradient should reaffirm and clarify that these are serious allegations, as well as directly apply a new SA policy and send this message to your internal employees to build on moving forward. So after taking a look at all of that, we wanted to examine your consumers. And specifically, we wanted to look at some specific consumers, namely non-beer drinkers. So meet Sebastian. Sebastian is about 24 years old. He lives on the West Coast. His lifestyle is that he's not an alcohol drinker. He doesn't like the bitter taste of beer, as many people don't. However, he is on the West Coast, so he prefers things like cannabis to alcohol for social events. His beverage wants are that he wants to consume drinks socially with his friends. He doesn't want to feel left out when there's a party going on and they need to drink. However, he does prefer more of tastes that are sweeter, similar to teas or fruit juices. So the insight that we saw here is that consumers like Sebastian are not current customers for Gradient, but they have the potential to be. And with the growing popularity of products such as cannabis products and non-beer products, there's an opportunity for Gradient to grow their customer base with clients like Sebastian. Moving on, I'd like to introduce you to Betty. Betty is also around the same age. She's a young professional and she drinks socially. So think about going to having a beer with your coworkers after work. She doesn't drink many drinks at each time, maybe 1 to 2, and they're craft beers. She really likes tasting the unique flavors of craft beers that come out regularly, and she doesn't like having repetitive flavors in her palate. Consumers like Betty don't drink often, but they are willing to pay extra for the uniqueness and the seasonality of these craft beer products. So moving on, we see that Sebastian and Betty have unique wants as potential Gradient customers. How can Gradient appeal to them to meet Empire's key milestones as well as grow your revenue? Next, we wanted to take a look at the industry that you're currently playing in. How can Gradient align its growth goals with Empire's wants? Taking a look at the industry, we see that Empire Brewing is one of the largest beer producers in the world, so they have an oligopoly in this industry. They are looking to acquire to consolidate within the brewing industry, and they acquired Gradient for this fact. They want to compete with Carlson Moore's in Canada. So where they have around 15% market share in Canada, Carlson Moore's has around 40% of this market share. And they're looking to steal that back from Carlson Moore's and become a bigger player in the Canadian market. So the insight that we saw here is that the goal of Empire is to capture greater market share to appeal to stakeholders. And we as Gradient want to make sure that you can appeal to them and your shareholders post-integration. So moving forward, we wanted to see where should Gradient Brewing expand to as an acquired company for Empire. We've evaluated 4 options for you to grow your business. Western Canada, which is the current market that you're playing in, it's the status quo, such as British Columbia and Saskatchewan. Secondly, we want to look at Europe because we know Empire is a global company. Third, we wanted to take a look at the USA, our neighboring country. And lastly, we want to take a look at Eastern Canada, countries like Ontario and the other provinces there. So we validated these 4 places with these factors of population, the potential size of this market, cost of how to move into this new market, the timing of when you can move into this market, as well as regulations revolving around alcohol sales, and finally alignment with your brand, which is a Canadian-grown brand. So for Western Canada, we saw that this was a great field for timing as well as regulations where you're currently playing in. And you do have the capacity to maybe grow your business a bit more here, but we saw that the population for you was just stagnating here. You were not growing fast enough in this current industry, so we chose not to go with this option. Secondly, for Europe, while we saw that Europe could be a potential option with the population, we think that the cost, timing, and regulations might be too difficult for your company to move into within the next 5 years. Third, with the USA, we saw that this was a great opportunity with the population, as well as the cost and timing of this recommendation, and leveraging your connections with Empire to move into this industry. However, with regulations between alcohol sales in Canada and the US, it might also not be feasible. So the option that we've seen here that has the most potential for your company is Eastern Canada, specifically provinces like Ontario and cities like Toronto, Halifax, and Ottawa. So this is the option we've chosen to go with because we believe that it has the most likelihood with cost, timing, and alignment with your brand. So moving on to your distribution analysis, how can Gradient increase sales of your current as well as your new products? Well, with your current products, we've seen a decrease in sales to your craft and flagship sales. We've also seen a decrease in margins due to operating costs revolving around transportation costs and cost of production. And on the other side, we want to take a look at your current product buyers. So the craft beer segment is a very niche market. It's more expensive to acquire customers in this industry, but once you have them for a long time. They actively seek new beer launches. So to meet target milestones and growth goals for Empire, how can Gradient address stagnating sales by selling unique products to the craft beer market? And I'll pass it off to Jeffrey to walk you through our recommendations.
Thanks, Carrie. So Gradient, your beer tastes exceptionally sweet and great. Let's make sure that your recommendations and your strategy are sweet as well. Starting off with our first recommendation, we noticed the key issue right now is hitting key milestone 2 and continue revenue growth in the short term. Now, the recommendation is to launch winning products for your company in a timely manner. The details would be 3 prongs. So for the first short-term beer that your company can initiate would be a craft beer. We recognize that your shareholders are looking for exceptional upside on this opportunity, and this would help you in the short term capture that. There's a very short timeline for creating these craft beers, which will allow your company to launch this product very quickly into the market and capture that upside potential in the short term to meet that key milestone. Looking at the craft beer demographics, these would be loyal Gradient users who are already familiar with your products and would be willing to adopt these products very quickly in the short term to meet that key milestone. For the second option, in the medium term, looking at untapped opportunities. As Carrie mentioned, Sebastian is someone who doesn't really like the taste of beer, but loves cannabis. Experimenting in an untapped market like cannabis beer will allow your company to tap into new chartered territory and really bring in new demographics that will help your company scale to become a leading beer producer in North America. Lastly, with the flagship beer, this would be a long-term recommendation for your company to produce in the next few years, and your company will appeal to the mass segment. So people who drink beer and people who are looking for a fun time. These people will be able to pick up a great tasting beer at any events and are okay with taking on something as great as a Gradient beer.
Great. Moving into our second recommendation, as Carrie alluded to earlier, Empire's acquisition of your company is their way of entering and penetrating more deeply the Canadian market. So our strategy for you here is to leverage Empire's resources to expand into eastward into southern Ontario and enact the cost efficiencies of this acquisition. The rationale behind this, firstly, is, as I alluded to earlier, it steals market share from your competitors and aligns with Empire, your parent company's goals. Secondly, with location proximity, we see that the Canadian demographic will have similar tastes across Western and Eastern Canada, and we can really quickly apply your current products to a new untapped market with similar liquor regulation throughout. And last but not least, we see that there's a large revenue potential in this area. These consumers may have heard of your brand, but have not yet tried your great taste. And I assure you they will be willing to give it a try. So let's move on into the details. Firstly, we want to expand our frontier into Eastern Canada, starting with large cities such as Toronto, Montreal, or Ottawa. We want to use your tried and true flagship beer to enter first. Secondly, we want to transition facilities to Empire through an integrated process. As well, more notably, we want to produce some of the beer that you sell in Eastern Canada in US cities, such as US states such as New Jersey, where Empire already has a strong presence and can enact strong cost efficiencies in terms of labor, a lack of unions, as well as raw materials. We also want to leverage Empire's international licenses to quickly expand into Eastern Ontario and set up cross-border production lines without any of the hassle. Last but not least, we see that there are strong cost efficiencies in terms of labor. There's a lack of unionization in Empire's southward production facilities, and they have strong cost efficiencies in terms of raw materials, transportation costs, and economies of scale. So the overall impact we see here is Gradient should leverage Empire's resources to expand eastward and enact efficiencies.
Lastly, our third recommendation. Everyone loves great beer. However, sometimes it's so challenging to move yourself out of the couch, out of your bed, to go to the liquor store. Recommendation for how to penetrate these markets and how to increase your influence as a leading producer would be to develop Gradient Go, a monthly subscription plan for your new and upcoming beers, as well as tried and true beers to develop for convenience. Now, the rationale behind this would be high scalability. Your shareholders are looking for the highest returns possible, as well as an ability to generate scaling revenues. This would be an opportunity for people to, in a few clicks, be able to create subscription plans on a monthly basis to drive your revenues as a company. Moreover, this would create product exposure. Now that your company is trying to increase new products in the market, this would be an exceptional opportunity to be able to share these new tastes to your consumers on a very convenient basis. By clicking a few buttons, you'll be able to try different tastes each month and try these beers to find out which beer you exactly love and which beers you want to continue buying. Lastly, this will be able to help scale across Canada in the short term and potentially in the future scale across North America, as your company will be able to reach people in rural regions, in major cities, as well as in other places that don't have the existing infrastructure in place to distribute conveniently. Looking at the details, this would be a monthly $30 subscription that would contain 6 cans of beers. There would be 2 past beers that might be a bit more of a fan favorite to people, as well as 4 new tastes for people to try these products out. This will be across Canada for now, and this will be a bundle subscription that consumers can purchase with season memberships at sports arenas. Let's just say you go to a hockey game and you want to purchase a season ticket for the season. You will also be able to purchase this Gradient Go with that package, so that not only can you watch the games, you can also watch it with your great beers as well. This will be a cheaper substitute if you purchase it with the arena, but you will also have the option to purchase this on the side through the online websites. Ultimately, this will help develop a recurring subscription strategy that will allow you to create product adoption for your new products, as well as capture new markets in Canada, leading to vibrant revenue returns.
Now that we've gone over our recommendation and strategy, how do we actualize these recommendations to drive actual impact for your company? Moving into our implementation for recommendation 1, we first plan to utilize survey groups and find new beer flavors, as well as notify distribution facilities and prepare marketing materials. We also plan to release the new craft beer, release marketing materials, and distribute through Canadian liquor stores like Lickbo and cannabis stores alike. In terms of monitoring, we monitor the 2 key metrics of number of cannabis beverages sold, the number of novel craft beer sold. Looking at our marketing implementation for recommendation 1, you can see quickly that our target market varies for each of these beers. Our channels and messaging are tailored, and we'd be happy to go over that in Q&A. For our second recommendation, we first plan to research consumer preferences in Eastern Ontario, apply for cross-border alcohol regulation, and select 2 of your flagship beers and 2 of your craft beers to first distribute, as well as using a hub-and-spoke model to efficiently distribute your beer. Releasing beers sequentially throughout Toronto, Halifax, Ottawa, and Montreal. We want to convert your Calgary distribution and convert centers sequentially out of Edmonton, Regina, starting with Edmonton and Regina, releasing through Ligbo, looking at the key monitor metrics of gross margin on US produced beer and sales in Eastern Canada. I'll pass it off to Jeffrey for our last recommendation.
For the last recommendation, in the plan phase, you can look to train employees at Empire so that they have a strong sense of how to distribute these through a SaaS or subscription model. As well, approach Canadian arenas to be able to better partner with them to roll out these. In the execute phase, these arenas will be marketing these through their venues as well as their online websites. So when you check out for a season ticket, you'll be able to also purchase this package. As well, looking at the monitoring phase, your company can looking at the number of subscriptions as well as the churn rate and subscriptions per region in Canada.
Perfect. Moving on to our implementation timeline, you'll see that it's spread over 5 years with milestones evaluated for each of our recommendations with subsequent steps such as creating the cannabis beverages, preparing facilities for distribution, and geographical Canada expansion, as well as the launch of Gradient Go. Moving into our financial impact, incrementally, the incremental benefit throughout all 5 years is around $70 million at an aggregate cost of around $50 million, and we're happy to go through further in question and answer period. For our risks and mitigation, you'll see that the key risk is the cannabis beverage may undermine your image of being a beer-heavy, alcohol-focused image to your loyal customers, which we plan to mitigate through the release of a new brand name.
It's an exciting opportunity to partner with Empire, and with this new opportunity and these recommendations, your company will become one of the leading beer producers in North America. Thank you very much for listening to your presentation. Now we'll be opening the floor for questions.
I can kick this off. Well done, and also I want to apologize for your peers on the other side of the store, because I don't know if you heard them, but they were extremely loud. So a way to either not register it or power through it, that was well done, because it was definitely distracting me. My second question, or my second comment is with the cannabis drinks. Like, I understand like the market potential and all that stuff, and production-wise, yeah, it should transition quite nicely, but in terms of regulation, what's going to be the cost for us there? Like, what do we need to do to make sure we're abiding by the law when it comes to cannabis?
Yeah, for sure. So we actually covered this hastily through our implementation. We actually plan to partner with a cannabis distributor as per our first recommendation, who will have some of the legal backing already based off of their company, and then we can piggyback off of their licenses to secure a deal with the Government of Canada and begin selling these cannabis beverages through cannabis dispensaries throughout Canada.
When you say distributor, are you actually meaning production facility?
Yes,
okay.
Production facility. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just adding to that, I'm just curious in regards to your research that you've done a bit around cannabis beverages. I know initial projections were pretty ambitious. Did you see anything in regards to any adjustments of those projections from the initial kind of introduction of cannabis products, cannabis drink products in the last few years?
Yeah, for sure. I can take this one. So we understand that cannabis is an ambitious industry, yet growth rates in Canada are actually not as high as one has anticipated. We did project the profits off of the new release beers based off of the information in the case package, based off of the release of new non-beers. And we projected a conservative 10% growth rate throughout the years for this cannabis beverage.
What are some of the key costs that we should, keep in mind as we move forward?
For sure, that's a great question and something that we did consider a lot while we're crafting these strategies. Some of the key costs would be looking at partnership opportunities as well as the marketing through rolling out this monthly subscription model. Another key cost that's very important in this model would be looking at transforming these facilities and moving the facilities to cooperate and develop synergies with the Empire facilities. That would be a major cost upfront, but would have high upside potential. And lastly, looking at the research and development costs for these new beers in the upcoming years, this would be a bit of a cost upfront, but your company is very strong at doing this and has exceptional taste in research development, so there would also be a very high upside opportunity in that.
I'll piggyback on
So subscription, you're doing what the wine industry does. You join, you get a dozen wine delivered every quarter, whatever the plan is that you're involved in, right? So it's clever. What's the subscription? How many people are going to have to be part of this model to get to these revenue targets?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So we understand that subscription boxes are a very new thing, and not new for wine per se. We actually projected around 50,000 users uptake in your first year, and we project that throughout all of Canada, which of course has a population of around 30 million, at a profit of around $70 per person per year.
Sign me up.
Could you go back to the milestone slides? Why are you estimating hitting those early? What's your thoughts and strategies around that?
Yeah, certainly. So these are milestones that we'd like to look at well in advance of our target dates. We know that acquisition is super important for your company to integrate into Empire successfully. And we want to make sure that we're making sure to hit these targets on time. And by evaluating these milestones a bit earlier on our timeline, we can see which areas we may be lacking in or we might be overshooting our resources in to adjust and make sure that we can compensate for them in the years to come.
So just to clarify then, this is when you're going to start evaluating the milestone, not achieving.
Yes.
So do you forecast that to be successful in long-term?
For sure. I can take this one. I think this is a great opportunity to speak on your company wants to excel in generating revenues and value for your shareholders. So not only will we meet these targets, we will exceed these targets by these times and to ensure that you have full confidence from your shareholders.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
How was your day? It was good. Good. Long, but no, it went fast. Okay, good. So you have some time to get your scores in. Okay. To the actual score. Time to get your scores in. So 5 minutes. Then you have a break from 4 to 10 to 4:30. So I'd like to look at a little bit before the session starts, maybe 4 to 10 to 4:20.